Where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hello, 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 everybody. Happy Friday. We are going live early in the day, which is we're going to be here for a while. I can tell you that. So just buckle up, and if you need to get a drink or go to the bathroom, go do it now, because we're going to be here for a little bit. So we've got a lot of stuff to go over. We have the first day of trial. The actual trial in the Delphi case is transpiring as we are talking right now. Like, how crazy is it that we're actually at this day? So they have completed opening statements, and they are full on into witnesses at this point. We know that the first witness was Becky Patty, and then it was rumored that the next ones were going to be Kelsey and then Derek, which is kind of interesting because those are the first two I thought they'd put on the stand. But we have so much to go over. I did not end up doing a live yesterday, probably to my detriment, because when I got home way later than I expected to. I had too much shit to get done, and then when I got home, there was too many people that were live that I wanted to watch their stuff, and so I was like, I don't know what to do. So we didn't get to go over all the shit we had to go over yesterday, but we're going to skip that for just a hot minute, and we're going to dive right into what's happening in the Delphi trial through opening statements and what we have heard via the media that has updated us throughout lunchtime, and just the, we're going to go through some of the interview stuff. We're going to go through some of the Twitter stuff. We're going to go through the state's response to the motion in limine today. We're going to talk about the motion in limine on the sketches and what the judge ordered. We have a very, very full plate. So like I said, if you need to go to the bathroom, you need to get a drink, make sure you just go do it now, because we're going to be here for a while. We also do have a couple people that are that have said that they are willing to come on after getting out of court today. So I'm hoping that we hear back from them when court is over, and we could potentially have somebody who comes up that was actually sitting in the courtroom today. So something to look forward to. And if not, like I said, we're going to go through and we'll see who was in court and whatnot. So I'm going to say hi to you guys really quick. Thank you guys for being here. Like I said, I know it's like super early, much earlier than I normally go live. But like I said, we just have a lot of stuff to cover. So here we are. I put the husband on kid duty, and I'm like, you go. He's got to pick up all the kids. And he's like, seriously, you're letting me pick up everybody? I'm like, oh yeah, you're picking up everybody. I'm busy. I got shit to do. I have peeps to talk to. We got stuff to go over. It's the first day of trial in Delphi. So let me see you guys real quick. So I'm just saying, if you had any other plans today, I don't know, you might want to just cancel. If you're at work, I don't know, just go home. That's really the answer. What's up, True Crime Fangirl? Hi, Grendel. What's up, Ramblin'? Man, I'm so happy you're here doing this for us today. So I'm like, we just got so much to do, Ramblin'. We got so much to do. What's up, Joanna? Hey, Scarlet Letter. Sleuthy Goosey's here. Sleuth Investigates she's been a wrench on my channel since before there was even a channel. She was literally a wrench on the channel. And we used to talk a lot about Delphi, and she's really tried to like back away, and she's just like, the craziness of Delphi, like it's so easy to just get lost. But she's been back up in the mix since jury selection and now the trial starting. So welcome back, Sleuth Investigates. Welcome back to Delphi. Hi, Jessica. What's up, Teresa? Hey, Chris. I'm everywhere today. Well, this whole week. Yeah, it's all over the place. What's up, Johnny? Hi, Isaiah. Idaho Charlie. What? Hi, Ashley. Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I look tired because I am, but you know, it is what it is. C-Dub, missed you. Missed your face. So glad you're here. What's up, Post-Punk Mama? I saw somebody picking on you on Twitter, and I was like, what? Leave Post-Punk Mama alone. What's up, Fiend? Oh, Fiend, I forgot to ask you if you enjoyed your day the other day. Was it 2 days ago? I think it was Wednesday. It was Feral Cat Day. And I thought of you. I was like, oh, Fiend, it's your day. It's like there's a whole day just to celebrate Fiend on Feral Cat Day. Hi, Charmaine. Greetings from South Africa. I just got 9 p.m., so hoping I can stay awake. Ooh, I hope so too. Otherwise, you're gonna have to check in just so you can see all the updates. Snappy. What's up, Nola Mama? Hi, Sunday Soapbox. Hi, Carly. Buckled in and ready to go. Hi, Journey Takes a Trip. Hey, hello, everyone. This is an early live criminalized, usually after midnight for me, and it's only 8 p.m. here. Look at that. See, the early bird gets the worm. What's up, Dom? How are you? Hi, Tony. I don't know how I feel about Baldwin's opening, where he says the girls were picked up, killed, and returned. We're going to talk about that. Because I've got thoughts on it too. What's up, Catastrophe? Hi, Crazy Aunt Liz. Hi, Marshall. Susie Q. Such a crazy morning. So much to take in. Hello, everybody. Yes, we need to. That's why we've got to spend some. It's too much to try to jam into an afternoon live. Hello. Maybe I can copy and paste here. I saw that you messaged me. I haven't looked at it yet. What's up, Jiu-Jitsu? Big J Dick. Yo. It's looking like maybe our theory might come into play. It looks like it might. I agree with you. Hi, Patricia. It's so good to see you. I haven't seen you for a while either. Thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. What's up, JB? Let's see what else. What's up, Jancy? What's up, Shaz? True Crime Fangirl, you were the first. First. Let me go down to the bottom. What's up, Rebecca? I know. I'm actually like a day and a half today. Yeah, so a half a day. Well, I guess it's probably almost over there too. And then I've got to finish yesterday. I haven't even finished yesterday yet on Leilani's trial. There's just not enough time in my life for true crime, all the true crime that I want to have and do and cover and talk about and follow, and it just doesn't. That's why my eyes are like, what? I'm so sleepy. I try. What's up, Queen Bee to you? Hi, Laura. What's up, Gina? Yeah, opening statements in Sarah Boone today. Dang, man. It was Feral Cat Day. Yeah, it was Fiend's Day. It was totally a Fiend Day. You did notice that. Hi, Kindness Cake. What's up, Untamable? Yeah, Post-Punk Mama. It was. I was like, ooh. The DB was like, don't you talk to our Post-Punk Mama like that. Hey, Jen. I have so much anxiety not being able to see. I have a ton of anxiety not being able to actually watch this trial. I have a ton of anxiety that I'm going to miss an important tweet or an article, or I don't even know. Like I have massive anxiety that I can't just sit here and watch it like we should be able to do. Because I have other shit going on during the day. So it's like, and then you guys like are at work. You guys like have an actual job that you're doing and you're trying to like keep up. It creates such an anxiety. Like, I'm like, what if I miss something? That's why I'm like, fuck it. We're going live and we're going to make sure we cover it. Because it's the only way I suffer from major anxiety. So and right now I'm suffering from major FOMO for like wanting to be in that courtroom, even though I know my ass would hurt sitting on those damn wooden seats. So I don't want to do that either. I think it's totally possible, and they have more data than us. True. Oh, JB, thank you. 5 memberships. What? Welcome to the new members. All right, let's see. Jen P's like, I don't know anything. I have been so busy. What's up, Scumbag Trav? 10 months, Kel. Feels like fucking yesterday. No shit, right? Can't believe it. Untamable, you're very welcome. Thank you for being here. I could say not a big turnout in Delphi. I think the public figured out it's a zoo. Well, there were people that were turned away. I think they said that 24 people were let in from the public. The rest were turned away. but I did see somebody, and I don't remember who the hell it was now, that reported that there wasn't any like drama on the people that got turned away. They just like peacefully walked away, and that was it. Alley Cattails, long time. I watch a lot of your stuff, T. I'm either just listening to the lives or in the replay. Always here to support you, lady. Aw, miss them. Miss you being able to talk, but I get it. Sometimes they're so long, and I'm like, okay, 2 times speed that shit. The Spawn of Satan isn't spicy right now, so I figured I'd pop in while I can. I'm so glad to get the. I can't even talk. I'm so glad you get to live your dream trees. Yeah, well, hopefully we keep going. What's up, Criminal Network? T, I dig the mind-altered birds and the sunglasses on your tee. Oh, these. This is my tie-dye. The 2 p.m. Barber Live update. You won't miss anything. Okay, hold on. I'll pull that up too. It's a slow day for me today, but I can't do this the other days. Well, I don't know. You probably you should have just taken like a leave of absence and just focused on the Delphi trial. I don't know what the hell you were thinking, Sleepy. I don't know what the hell you were thinking. What's up, Quietly Concerned? Hi, everyone. It's the best place to be for coverage of this trial. We're going to do the best we can, at least. Hi, Scott. Good to see you. Tracy says, I'm only a couple hours away. I might go one day. Yeah, I'm wondering, most likely, I think that the middle of trial is probably going to be the calmest, because a lot of people want to be there for the beginning to hear like the opening statements and just kind of get a feel for what's going on. And then the end of the trial will typically be the busiest, because people are going to want to be there for closing arguments and, for jury. So I feel like if you're going to go, you kind of like you got a chance. But I think last night was kind of a one-off. I don't know. We're going to talk about that. Let me finish saying hi to you guys. What's up, Alligator? Hi, Heather. Peter B. Hey, Carl, I just remember when the defense asked Becky about Libby's personality, how she would stick up for somebody. I bet that's what happened. Somebody sassed somebody. So that's kind of what I'm wondering. I'm wondering that. I know, I can't believe people camped outside the courthouse. As far as I know, all three of them did get into the courtroom. Bob, Andrea, and Lawyer Lee are all in the courtroom. I know, but sometimes I don't want to. Sometimes I just want to have a life of true crime. I don't want to have to do the other stuff. Yeah, taking some FMLA. Yeah, there you go. Hi, Mark and Indy. Hey, who dis? I don't have X, so I can't see all the threads. That's okay. We're gonna go through them, so you'll be caught up on everything there. Let's see. Dr. NB, what's up? Just set him off. He was already volatile. Some kind of smart mouth. And we'll talk about that dang hair. Mrs. TV. I live just outside of Delphi, and there's no way I'm going into trial. Hey, Kelly. Oh, good to see you. I think about that too, Carl. They walked up, they're random, and somehow something they said or some kind of power play happened, and that's why her shoe was at the private drive. I don't know. I don't think Lana is there today. Was Lana there today? From what I remember, Lana was going to be going the beginning of the weeks. So not to get too far into Lana's personal stuff, but I know that she has, she also has her son, and she I think she was like planning on going like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but I'm not 100% sure. Who just says it drove by? It's not a total zoo. That's good. That's good. That's what I was saying. Like, some people were saying that the people who didn't get in, they just left peacefully and everything just went back to kind of like normal. Lana is there today? Okay. Maybe she was, I don't know. I don't remember. I remember her saying, well, I don't know what happened to the color on the screen. That went weird. We know that JLR was there today. If you guys are familiar with JLR. Necessary Evil, what's up? Hey, Susan, jumping in because I want your thoughts on the police being called before Anna. I'm going to talk about that too, because that's actually a very different story than we've always been told. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I thought Lana said that she was only going to be going for the beginning of the weeks. She's going to go to Florida to see Boone. She's fucking crazy. She's fucking crazy. She's all over the place. Okay, so let's dig in. We're kind of going to do things kind of ass backwards. We're going to dig into what's been going on in the court today, and then we will. Let me see what Nicole, where Sleuthy just sent me. Okay, that's weird. Where is it? Sleuthy, did you not just send me something? Okay, I have this one, I think. I think I'll probably have, that's fine. Let me just see. Yeah, I thought you sent me something here. Did you send me something here? No? It came up like... Okay. Joanna's like, everybody get your butts to the channel. I think I have what you put in the other chat. But I have that up anyway. So, all right. So we'll get started on what's going on today. Well, technically, I'm going to kind of start with what's going on last night. My thing is going off. I'll close it in just a second. But I just want to try to get this link that she's trying to send me. Okay, I have this one. I see that one. I have that one. And then let me get this one real quick. Okay, I do. I have that one too. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm going to close out Facebook so that I'm good to go. So we're going to kind of start with last night, just so that everybody's kind of on the same page. And then we're going to go right into what's been going on today. Hi, Miranda. How are you feeling? I was going to check on you the other day, and then I saw somebody gave me a little update and said that you were doing a little bit better, but not completely well. But I hope that you're doing better. Yeah, Marv was first, and then Greeno made an agreement with Nick on his warrant. I don't even understand how that works. But what's the name of the older cop that did all the press conferences and the podcast with Kelsey? Doug Carter? I think you're talking about Doug Carter. The first interview, it's also on Twitter. It's on Court TV's Twitter, this one. So we're going to go through that too. I don't feel nervous. I feel anxious that I'm going to miss something. And I think that's what's frustrating me the most, is like not being able to just sit here glued to what's happening and making sure that I don't miss anything. Okay, so like I said, let's pull this up. So I'm not nervous. I'm not nervous for the trial. I think that, there's going to be hindrances that the restrictions that Goals put in place that I think are, we've already kind of gone over them. And I think I'm kind of just at the point where I'm like, okay, like these guys are going to have to, if they're the attorneys that everybody says they are, then let's see what they got on both sides. Let's see what you got. And it's time to go and rock and roll. Like, put it out there so we can see everything that's happened. And I could say from opening statements today. Okay, I'm not going to go there yet. I'll wait on that. Okay, so we're going to start a little bit, like I said, from last night. So,
Lindy Scott, good morning.
Let me know that you guys can hear it first. That's what I need to know. If your hands were, hold on. Let me see what you said necessarily. I think I missed the first comment. Yeah, message me, Miranda, please. They said there wasn't a dry eye in the house when Becky Patty took the stand today. For that whole, our people were sobbing. Oh, I can imagine. I can imagine that it would be like Becky, and I think that's also, that's tactical, and not that it's a problem, but it is tactical to put Becky Patty, who actually wasn't part of the initial drop off or the pickup. It's tactical to put the grandma on there who is emotional, who's been waiting 7.5 years for this to come to fruition, so she can, know whether he's the guy or not. So that would have been tough to hear. You don't want anybody to be, you don't want to sit there and listen to the grandmother of a murdered child. I mean, you don't want to sit there and listen to the mother. You don't even want to be there for a murdered child. So it's emotional. Doubt the jury was crying, but hopefully when we have the people who are in the courtroom today, we'll find out. Okay, let's start here. So these are just a bunch of news clips that I grabbed to kind of just tell us the story as it unfolded from last night into today, and then we'll get into more discussion of it. But these are all super short, so I'm just going to kind of play them back to back, and we'll go from there. So this is starting with last night's info.
Highly anticipated trial is finally here after many delays and roadblocks. And
They are, but you don't want them to be tainted one way or the other on the emotional side of it. You want them to be able to keep their emotions, and so that they can listen to the law and become the finder of fact versus the finder of emotion. Of course, they're humans. They're going to feel emotion. But if you have an entire jury or a bunch of people on the jury that are crying right off the bat, we're going down an emotional path and not a lawful, factual path. Kind of is what it is. Not that they shouldn't feel, but
it's a big deal, not only to the two families, but as you stated, there's already a line here, but to the whole entire Delphi community. And as I step out of the frame here, you can see just how many people are already outside, waiting outside the courthouse, hoping to get one of the limited spots inside. There are 30 seats available to the public. There are
so the line starts up here at the door, and it kind of wraps around and goes down this little ramp. So there's quite a few people in here that I recognized.
over 30 people in line right now. The doors here open at 8 a.m. So it will be interesting to see how that plays out as we get closer to the doors opening. I can also tell you that a few of our team members are up there waiting, and they say that there have been a handful of people here since 8:30 last night. Now, here's what you need to know about today. Opening statements in the case against Richard Allen will be presented to the court. Allen is charged with 4 counts of murder in connection with the February 2017 deaths of Abby Williams and Libby German. The two were found near the Monon High Bridge, where they went for a walk on a day off from school. Now, yesterday, the jury was sworn in, consisting of 8 women and 4 men, plus another 4 alternates. They'll be sequestered for the entire month-long trial, with supervised access to their phones and families, and they are staying in a hotel. Gull also heard from both the prosecution and defense on some outstanding matters facing the court prior to today. The defense withdrew its motion to allow the jurors to visit the crime scene at the Monon High Bridge. Now, on the other hand, Judge Fran Gull took under advisement the prosecution's request to have the 2 original sketches that you see on your screen there excluded from the trial. Gull will also allow guards and inmates to testify about Allen's behavior and comments made in prison. Now, once again, the doors here to the courthouse open at 8 a.m. with opening statements scheduled for 9 a.m. But before we go, I want to show you something really important here. As we zoom in on these blue and purple multicolored ribbons that are adorning the area around the courthouse. This is really important because blue and purple are Abby and Libby's favorite colors, and this serves as a reminder as to why we're here today. We are seeking closure for 2 young, beautiful lives gone too soon. Now, once again, our team will be inside with opening statements starting at 9 a.m. For now, reporting live in Delphi, Kit Hanley, Fox 59 News.
Okay, so we know that there's a YouTuber Beyond the Evidence, Marv, who was in line at 8:30 last night, posted on Twitter. I believe did a live. I'm not really sure. I think did a live. I did not watch it. Anthony Greeno from True Crime Investigates apparently traveled to Delphi and was also like second in line. I know that Aspen was there. I did see him on the news clip. And then Murder Sheet was there. I saw them on the news clip. And then we know, from my understanding, all 3, Bob, Lawyer Lee, and Andrea Burkhart, were all able to get in So there's definitely quite a few faces that we know that were in line. Now the reason I purposely chose this clip is because there was a tweet that was put out yesterday. Did I not say lawyerly, Robin? Did I say something else? Did I say something else? I don't know. Maybe I did. I am sleepy, so it does happen. But there was a tweet put out yesterday that these ribbons were going to be decorating the courthouse like itself. And my first instinct was like, I hope not, and I hope Judge Gold does not allow something fucking crazy like that, because as much as it is about like this, what this news reporter said, it is about Abby and Libby. It's also about Richard Allen, and I know this pisses people off when I say it, but the trial itself is to ensure the rights of the defendant and that justice can be served, which would be the end result being about Abby and Libby. So it's really, I mean, I'm not trying to take the emotion out of it. I get that it's about Abby and Libby, but the trials are, if it was just about just getting justice, we would go back to the old age where we just say, hey, this guy's guilty, hang him, and then we've got justice for our girls. But it's not about that. It's about ensuring Richard Allen's rights and due process are not violated, in order to get justice. So putting something out like photos of the girls, or many courtrooms will, or many victims' families want to wear like shirts or some type of representation of the victim. A lot of judges are like, no, you can't do anything like that. You can't have anything that's going to sway a jury, because ultimately it is about the jury having the ability to stay fair. Oh shit. Okay, that's huge. Okay, let me get. I'm gonna skip ahead. Oh shit. Okay, yeah. But so they don't want to put up anything that's like, that's gonna push the jury to one side or the other. Like, just kind of think about like if there was a bunch of like red ribbons that were put up because red is Richard Allen's favorite color. Do you see what I mean? Like nobody wants anything like that. But from what I can see from all the news clips, the courthouse itself does not have anything representing that up. But the city does. The town put some things up that represent the color. Now, could the jurors, when they're driving in and being bussed in from their hotel, potentially put that 2 and 2 together? Yes. But I definitely feel more comfortable with it the way that it actually is, versus the way that it was presented to be, where like they were going to have like all these ribbons and things to represent the girls while the jury's like walking into the courtroom. And I do understand that there's a lot of people who are very pro-victim, and like it's like, and it becomes like a very emotional side to, like, everything in this is about Abby and Libby, and so they can have whatever they want up, and the families, and I get where you're coming from, but it's not rational in the part of the actual trial court system. It's important for the case, and to make sure that we have, we don't lose sight of who the actual victims of the trial are, or victims of the crime are. But it's not good to have for a fair and impartial trial. So okay, let's go to the next one. And then there's some stuff rolling out like right now, so I need to get caught up, and so we can get to that. Okay, so now here we're going to go into morning info. A Sunday soapbox. It's called solicitation not allowed on county property. Just wearing a patch. Oh, you're talking about the Odin's shit. What? No, they didn't. They didn't get banned from the courtroom. No way. I did hear they had some. I did see it. I did hear that there was a picture of them with some PDA. But they didn't get banned, right? No.
The first in line for court this morning. He joins us now live with the dramatic start to this trial. Russ?
Good afternoon, Melissa. It was attorneys for both sides.
Oh, hold on a second. I wanted to say 2 years with Sleuth Investigates. I did, when that video popped up, I saw your my gosh, what the heck is it? Your milestone. Like, I can't believe it's been 2 years. I can't believe we've been doing this for 2 years. That's just crazy. And Mother of Dragons, thank you so much for the super sticker. I love you, and I appreciate you being here, and you're just always so supportive of me. I appreciate you so much. So this is Russ McQuaid, so let's hear what he has to say.
The prosecution and the defense that laid out their respective cases for the guilt or innocence of Richard Allen. The prosecution says he confessed and knew details only the killer would know. The defense says there's no evidence linking their client to the killings. In the past, you've seen video of Richard Allen arriving here at the Carroll County Courthouse for other hearings. However, you won't see any fresh video now because Judge Fran Gull has banned video of Allen or herself or jurors entering and exiting from a cordoned-off corner of the courthouse. The families of Abby Williams and Libby German arrived just before 8 a.m., and Allen's family is there too, as a dozen jurors and 4 alternates listen to opening statements of both the state and the defense. Prosecutor Nicholas McLeland went first and over the course of 20 minutes told jurors that Richard Allen is Bridge Guy, the man who stalked Libby and Abby on the bridge that day, whose image was captured on Libby's cell phone. And he matches the description of a man seen on the Monon High Bridge in the minutes before the girls were abducted. And that Allen has confessed that he knew details only the killer would know. And investigators found a bullet that matches Allen's gun at the site where the girls' bodies were discovered. Defense attorney Andrew Baldwin countered that the witness descriptions are inconsistent. Allen suffered a mental health crisis that led to false confessions. The bullet testing was inconclusive, and that the girls were likely abducted on Monday afternoon, February 13th, 2017, driven away from the bridge, killed elsewhere, and their bodies were placed not far from the banks of the Deer Creek. That early Tuesday morning the next day, several hours before they were found. And law enforcement, he said, this week is scrambling to explain the hair intertwined in Abby's hands that didn't come from Richard Allen, and that there is no DNA linking his clients to these murders. Judge Gull also ruled against the defense and in favor of the state. The defense wanted to include those 2 sketches we've seen for a long time, an older man, kind of bearded, a slouch hat, and a younger man, curly hair, dark features, that have been trotted out by Indiana State Police sketch artists for the last several years, saying these are either suspects or people we're looking for who may have been on the bridge that day. The defense says these don't look anything at all like Richard Allen. We want to show that to the jury that this case is flawed. The prosecution said, we don't think it looks like Richard Allen either, but it wasn't meant to be Richard Allen. It was only meant to be an investigative tool. The judge ruled in favor of the state. Those sketches and any discrepancies and doubts will stay out. Melissa?
Russ, now a few questions before.
Okay, so I'm going to stop it there because I want to touch on some of the things that he said. So first things he talks about is the opening statement. So what we're hearing is Nick McLeland for the state had about a 20-minute opening statement. He kind of went over the exact same things that he did during the voir dire. We also heard he had some technical difficulties at the beginning. He was not able to get whatever screen that he was trying to show the jury for his opening statements. So I thought that was kind of interesting with all the money they spent on the tech that goes into that place, but whatever, that's neither here nor there. So he apparently took about 20 minutes, told the jury about the same thing, that it's about 3 things. This case is going to be about 3 things. It's going to be about the fact that there's a bridge guy, and that bridge guy is the one who kidnapped and killed the girls, and bridge guy is Richard Allen, and Richard Allen was the guy on the bridge. So that's one. Number 2 is the bullet, which is not technically a bullet. That's not what it's called in the technical terms of things. So it's an unspent round, and so he's saying that's number 2, and that bullet matches Richard Allen's gun. And then number 3, it's about the brutal murder of 2 girls. Now, I have gone with, I think when he says these things, he's talking about, it's his shorthand of Richard Allen says he's at the bridge, the unspent round matches Richard Allen's gun, and then you have the confessions where Richard Allen confesses to brutally murdering the 2 young girls. So in my layman opinion, take it for what you want, it is just my opinion, that's the pieces of evidence that he's suggesting to the jury, and that's it. That's all there is. That's what he's saying. So, and people got upset with me the other day when I said this on my live, that he's by not adding other information, like there's so many people who want there to be like a big bombshell that's going to come out. It's just going to be like, it's going to be Richard Allen. Well, we're there. We're at trial right now. This is when you should be hearing those bombshells. You should be hearing something in voir dire. You should be hearing something in jury selection that tells you what other types of evidence that they have. And in the opening statements, like, we're not hearing anything else. And I'm sorry that pisses people off that are like super pro guilt, but what you get is what you get. So you're going to have to go with the statement for Dan Doolin. You're going to have to go with the junk science of an unspent round. And you're going to have to go with the however many confessions you think that there are, confessions slash admissions of, hopefully, for the super pro guilters, that's going to be, something that actually is tangible, because from everything we've heard, it's not. And we also know that the defense has requested for other people to be brought in that are witness or have themselves falsely confessed, not just to a murder, but to this murder. So I don't know. Is it going to be enough? I don't know. I don't know if it will be. I'm not a juror. Once again, all my opinions on this channel are literally that. They are my opinions based on my thought process and what I think. I am not a juror on this case. And what I think ultimately plays no role in the outcome of what this jury of 12 will ultimately decide. So Nick takes 20 minutes, essentially goes through the exact same facts that he presented during his little mini opening statement for jury selection. And then Baldwin comes up for the defense, and he takes an hour, and he goes through much more meticulously. You guys have to remember that opening statements, closing arguments, any statement that is made by one of the attorneys on either side is not evidence. It's not evidence. So just know that. Hey Laura, just a thought, there could be, good to see you by the way, just a thought, there could be 20 subcategories of why they are sure Richard Allen was BG, maybe trail cams or now city cams to see when his car did drive home. Okay, let me touch on this for a second. There could be 20 subcategories if they are sure it's Richard Allen. If they have any type of camera that proves it's Richard Allen, and I'm all for that. There's other trail cams. I believe that there is, and I think we may hear of a trail cam, but that's, once again, that's just pure conjecture. But if those trail cams or any type of camera proved it to be Richard Allen, we would know about it, because if there was a trail cam photo that showed it was Richard Allen, why didn't they go arrest Richard Allen? Like, why did it take 5.5 years? Unless they just didn't check the trail cam for 5.5 years and didn't know that they had a picture of Richard Allen. I mean, that would be kind of a big thing. Now, could there be other pieces of his car and whatnot? Maybe, like his car driving around. Maybe, we'll see. But I definitely think that there's not bombshell. Doesn't mean that there's not other little pieces of info, like Laura said here. Like, there could be a bunch of little sub things that they're using to try to put the pieces together. But if they had something like big like that, like a picture of him, they would have gotten him. Okay, let me see what you guys are saying. KT Burr. It reminds me of Aaron Burr, like the Got Milk commercial. Fluffy Bunny, you're telling me this for the first time. Okay, I don't know what that was. A gun wasn't even used in the murders. The hair is. Oh, you think the hair is Libby's? Okay, well, I think what is conclusive, and we haven't got to the hair yet, so I don't want to touch too much on it, but I do think what is conclusive is the hair is not Abby's or Libby's, but we don't know who else's it could be. But somebody will correct me if I'm wrong on that. Hey, Dustin, what's up? Allen, to me, did not do it because the state told us they can't prove the hair is Allen's hair. Yeah, okay, so a lot of you guys are going to the hair already, so we'll touch on that too. Okay, so that's opening statements. So let's go see what Russ McQuaid has to say.
Before you go, another big moment this morning. We were told some of the media was removed from the courtroom. What happened there?
Well, they weren't removed from the courtroom, but they were banned from the trial and they were banned from the courthouse because just before 8 o'clock this morning, They violated, allegedly, the judge's orders to not shoot video of a cordoned off area where she, the jurors, and the suspect come in away from cameras. It's a security issue, and of course, they don't want the jurors' identities shown on TV. A network news photographer had his camera confiscated. A still photographer from AP also did. We also heard a couple other names. We weren't sure if they were traditional credentialed media or private folks who were out there shooting, but she said 4 people have been banned, 5 cameras have been confiscated, the SIM cards taken out, the batteries taken out, erased, and they won't get their cameras back. So she is very serious when she says she demands.
Like, who the hell is trying to take pictures of a jury that is actually part of our press? Like, this just pisses me off, because it's not like a layman that was out there. This is actually people from the Associated Press that were trying to get pictures of the fucking jury, and they had their shit confiscated, and I believe that they absolutely should have.
The sanctity and the security of this courthouse and the protection of the identities of the jurors.
Also, Russ, for us, who aren't able to sit in and witness this like you are, what was Richard Allen's demeanor in that courtroom?
Richard Allen is walking in. He was unshackled. That is unusual, but he is unshackled. He is accompanied by corrections officers, I'm assuming from the Department of Corrections, or perhaps the next county over, White County, or where he's being held. No, it's Clinton County. He's being held in their jail. But they also were in plain clothes. They were not wearing their jail fatigues. He was not wearing his jail jumpsuit and in shackles like he has been in the past, because when you present before the jury, you cannot be shown as an inmate. That gives the jury the impression that you're already convicted. He comes in, he was very low key. He's looking healthier, more bright eyed than he has in the past, clean shaven, and engages with his attorneys as they talk about the progress of their case.
Okay, so people in chat are saying that the other journalists said that there wasn't any filming of the jury. You don't think that any, like, I guess I shouldn't. I shouldn't assume anything like this. That the cameras weren't actually checked to see. I mean, like, if the camera is put down, why would if the camera isn't even in the person's hand or not being utilized, why would anybody assume, oh, like it was like a record, like a video camera, and it's just sitting there pointed towards where the jury is? But did it really happen? That's Catastrophe's in the same boat. A lot of people are saying that the other journalists are saying it didn't happen. I don't know. I could go either way on this. But wouldn't somebody have checked the camera to actually see that, okay, did you actually record it or not? Or it was just automatically assumed that it was recording? They went inside and not a single pic was taken. Then Ellie popped out from behind the makeshift gates and confiscated the camera. All right, I'll have to do some more digging around on that. Hopefully we hear something concrete, because it just doesn't make a lot of sense that like nobody would actually check to see if there was something on the camera. But I shouldn't be surprised. That's my whole point, is like, this isn't just like a layman that they can just go take their cell phone who's recording somebody. This is an Associated Press member that you would think that they would want proof that they had something recorded before they just go destroying anything that they own. You know what I mean? But then I'm like, this isn't fucking normal anyway, so I guess I don't know why I try to always err on the side of that it should go the way that it's supposed to, instead of doing it. Yeah, Dreamscape. Well, that's the $1 million question, is why isn't it? Why would all get penalized? Yeah, no, this is outside the courtroom in the morning. I think Russ is almost done here.
McQuaid reporting live there at the courthouse for us on day 1 of trial. Thanks so much for your insights.
Let's go to the next one. So a little bit becomes repetitive, because obviously they're watching the same thing that the other one is, but.
As new information just in from Bob Siegel, who has been in court all morning. Sam, we know opening statements started around 9:30. Where do things stand right now?
Yeah, that's right. They finished opening statements earlier this morning. They took a quick break. They went back in to start testimony in this case to hear from their very first witness, a witness that you have seen before. Becky Patty, the grandmother of Libby German, was the first witness in this case. I want to bring in Bob Siegel. Like we mentioned, he's been in the courtroom all day. And as you can imagine, you were saying, Bob, that was pretty emotional testimony.
It was emotional testimony. Becky Patty spent most of her hour on the witness stand answering questions from the prosecutor about the day that Abby and Libby went missing. So she explained how the girls were on a day off of school. They wanted to go and head down to the Monon High Bridge. She said the last thing that Abby said to her is, "Grandma, I'll be okay." So I think every parent can relate to the heartbreak and the teary-eyed testimony that she gave. She went on to explain that when her granddaughter and Abby, who were best friends, did not show up at the time that they were supposed to, she quickly knew something was wrong, because she said that Libby, her granddaughter, would always be in contact with her, always had her phone with her. She said, we called, we kept calling, and they just didn't get any answer. So they went to look for themselves, and then they contacted police. The next day, they explained that there were search parties that they went out to, and probably the most touching quote that she gave and that she told the jury while she was on the stand, she said she found out that the girls were found. And she said, and I'll quote here, "I couldn't understand why they were not taking me to her. And then I saw the coroner's van driving by, and that's when I realized they weren't alive." She said, "It never crossed my mind when they told me. I just thought they found them." So the jury got to hear that testimony from the grandmother of one of the victims. It was touching testimony. It was powerful testimony. It sets the scene for some of the other evidence and what we presume will be the crime scene evidence that the jury will then start to hear perhaps as early as this afternoon.
Well, and we know all this comes after pretty bold opening statements, right? The prosecution saying that they can prove Richard Allen was the man who killed Abby and Libby. They went so far as to say the last face those girls saw was Richard Allen's face. The defense then saying, you know what, this investigation by state police from the beginning has been messed up. Both sides pretty bold in those opening statements. So walk us through what comes next this afternoon.
Well, we don't know who the next witness is going to be, but we do know that the jury is going to need to understand exactly what was found at the crime scene, the condition of the girls' bodies. So we presume, again, as early as this afternoon, they might start to hear some of the really, really difficult evidence and testimony about what that crime scene looked like. And that will, again, set the stage for the evidence that the prosecutor plans to introduce that Richard Allen was the person responsible for these deaths.
Yeah, and he did warn the jury this morning that you are going to see that crime scene. In his words, it was a gruesome scene. We know you'll be back in the courtroom this afternoon. Of course, you'll have an update for us tonight on 13 News, everything that develops today.
Yeah, we have a break until 1:30, then it's back in the courtroom. We expect at least 4-5 more hours of testimony this afternoon.
All right, that's the latest here. Of course, we'll continue to keep you updated throughout the day.
Okay, so Sleuthy already said it in chat, but this is what becomes extremely frustrating with the fact that we can't just fucking watch it ourselves, and we have to go through the mainstream media of, what their interpretations are and what they choose to put out there. And I'm going to touch on the mainstream media part in just a second when we get closer to talking about the hair. But it's something as simple as the other reporters are saying that the next people to take the stand were going to be Kelsey and Derek, and he's saying, like, I don't know who the next ones to take the stand are. It's like that. Some of that stuff is just kind of silly. It's like, are you guys all listening to the same thing? You're not listening to the same thing. But if we could hear it, it would matter. And the reason that becomes even more important is when I get into like the tweets and stuff like that is the difference in what people are saying versus what has been said for 7 years. And I don't want to get, I'm not trying to get too far into the Becky Patty story change of whatnot, but we're going to touch on the fact that there are certain things that were said in this testimony, or that are being reportedly said in her testimony, and they're not the same things that have been said for 7 years. They're different. According to some reporter, she's gone back to saying the girls are dropped off at 1:30. That was part of the whole original. Well, first it was 1, and then it changed to 1:30. We know the girls weren't dropped off at 1:30. So, I mean, that's a huge discrepancy in this timeline. When you put a witness on the stand like a Becky Patty, though, and it does become so emotional because of the emotional attachment, obviously, you have the prosecutor who is essentially going to let a witness like this say almost whatever they want to. It's almost like a defense doesn't even cross-examine. And I think it was Karen Reed's case when the family members went up at the beginning, which is very common. It's a very common tactic, and I hate to use that because people are going to get upset because it's Becky Patty. But this is a very common prosecution tactic, is to put the emotional family members up on the stand first, and then what is the defense going to do? They're either not going to question them. They're going to, no questions. They're going to take it super easy on them. They're not going to ask hard questions to get to the truth of the matter. So there's things that are being reportedly said, and I want you guys to know I'm not sitting in the courtroom, so I can only go off of what we're being told and what's being reported from the courtroom, which is why it's a fucking problem that we can't just watch it ourselves. But also saying that she doesn't contact Anna until after they contact the police. That's not what we have been told for 7 years. For 7 years, we were told that she arrived at the bridge and she drove over to Anna's house to talk to Anna because Anna wasn't answering her phone, and she had been calling Anna to see if she'd heard from the girls. And then she went to Anna's house. Anna was not home because she was already at her second job. And so then Becky drove to her work. This is the story we've been told for a long time. And now apparently today it's being reported that we did it. So these are things about a timeline that are very problematic for me. Yes, she did. That's what she said forever. She said she left the trails because she needed to go find Anna to see if Anna knew where the girls were. So she went to Anna's house, which is, everybody knows, is right by the trails, and Anna wasn't home, so she drove to her work. And then we also heard that Mike actually ran into an officer who was patrolling the bridge over by Freedom Bridge, and that was actually their first correspondence with law enforcement. We've heard that too. So just some things like that are just become frustrating. If we could, and then we don't know if it's being reported correctly. So then are we reporting it correctly? I don't want to get too far down that, because I'll just get pissed off that we're not actually watching the trial. Instead, I'm watching these fucking clips. Okay, so let's talk about Barbara McDonald on her update. She is also in the courtroom as a representative of Court TV.
Barbara, opening statements this morning. I know throughout the last few days we've been learning a lot of new things. What did we learn about the case in openings today?
Well, the prosecutor, Nicholas McClellan, told jurors this morning that for the first time we get to hear the rest of the story, and he laid a lot of that out in his opening statement. He took only 15 minutes to deliver that. He says the last face that Abby and Libby saw before their throats were cut was the face of Richard Allen. He says that they have a witness who in 2019 told them that she saw a man wearing a blue jacket walking on the road back to where they believe Richard Allen parked his car that day, and that he was muddy and...
Okay, if anybody didn't catch that, she says in 2000, I'm going to rewind it because I want you guys to listen to this.
Wearing a blue jacket. Prosecutor Nicholas McClellan told jurors this morning that for the first time we get to hear the rest of the story, and he laid a lot of that out in his opening statement. He took only 15 minutes to deliver that. He says the last face that Abby and Libby saw before their throats were cut was the face of Richard Allen. He says that they have a witness who in 2019 told them that she saw a man wearing a blue jacket walking on the road back to where they believe Richard Allen parked his car that day, and that he was muddy and bloody and looked like he had slaughtered a pig.
This is going to be Sarah Carbaugh, the one who is supposedly driving by. She's saying that in 2019, this was the story that was told to law enforcement by Sarah Carbaugh. Now keep going. Now, I'm going to keep going so you guys listen to the difference here.
Now, the defense had 1 hour to deliver their opening statement today, and that was delivered by Andrew Baldwin. And he said that same witness who described the muddy and bloody man in 2017, right after the murders happened, said the man had been wearing a tan jacket and was only muddy. The defense is going to be attacking the time.
So that same witness in 2017 said that it was a tan jacket and he was muddy. So from 2017 to 2019, her story changed. Her story changed. Now, this is a big deal to me. And if you guys have ever gone back and watched my stuff on the coverage of why I was so entrenched in this case in 2019, everything did the whole switcheroo of, you know, the sketch changed, and we were people who were, considered boots on the ground, people from the social media side that were investigating it, or however you want to call, whatever you want to call it, had talked to a lot of these potential witnesses, not Sarah Carbaugh in particular, but other witnesses who had come forward and said that in 2019 they were approached by law enforcement and told that they were going to be changing the whole thing around, the whole sketch around. And one of them in particular being one of the young girls, and I'm hoping this is social media investigators. I just want to preface this so you guys know what I'm talking about, not law enforcement who told us this, that they were asking this young girl, one of the juvenile witnesses, to say that the man on the right, this man right here, was the man that she saw, and not the man over here on the left. And the young girl said, no, that's not who I saw. So it makes me wonder how many of these witnesses were contacted from their 2017 story versus the 2019 story and asked more details or of any type of change in their original statement. I think people need to start listening to what was said in 2017 versus 2019 and why 2019 is super important. Okay, so I'm going to keep going.
Timeline. They say the timeline does not match Richard Allen's movements that day, and they say that there is evidence that his car was gone from that parking lot by 2:15 p.m. And of course, the abduction of the girls, as evidenced by that video on Libby's phone, happened at 2:13 p.m. So that's going to be interesting to see.
Okay, so remember, once again, opening statements are not evidence. They're not evidence. So if anybody is a big trial watcher, I'll take you back to the Casey Anthony case where Jose Baez comes out and says that, that Casey Anthony's dad is the one who took care of the body of Kaylee Anthony after she drowned in the swimming pool. And none of that was corroborated by actual evidence. Also, with the fact that her dad was abusive, like sexually abusive to her. None of that was corroborated through actual evidence during the trial. But they can put their theory out there too. So just remember that this opening statements, closing arguments, not actual evidence. But typically, they're going to try to bring in some type of evidence to support what they're saying.
See how that plays out. We also found out today that there were two different weapons used in the murders of these two girls. One a serrated edge, one was not.
Two very huge pieces of information she just gave us. Once again, I'm not in the courtroom, so we're taking it for what is being reported to us. One, there is, according to the defense, there is evidence that Richard Allen's car was not in the parking lot at 2:15. Now, is he implying because the witnesses saw a different car? Not sure. what evidence there is. We're not there yet. The second being that there was 2 weapons. I haven't seen that anywhere else yet, except for with Barbara. At least she's the first one I saw it. There's two sharp objects. One being serrated, which is what was told as the cause of death was a serrated blade. And now she's saying that there's 2 and one not serrated. So not only does the perpetrator, is he carrying a gun, he's also carrying 2 different types of knives.
Michael and Ted?
Yeah, it'll work.
Okay, and then we heard about the hair the other day as well. We are learning more.
Okay, so this is where we're going to go into the hair, because she's going to talk about the hair. The other day in voir dire, Baldwin had mentioned to the potential jury pool that there was a hair that was found in Abby's hand, and it was reported a lot. We talked about this on the last live. It was in Abby's hand. Hold on, let me see what you guys are saying. Yeah, because we haven't heard from the medical examiner yet, but yeah, it was from Perlmutter that it was a serrated blade. But I think we'd already been told that. I think, Hunter, you might mean well, we don't know. We don't know if that's his car. I think that's another thing too. They've never been able to prove yet that it's his car, but hopefully, Nick can do that in trial if that's what he believes. So hold on. A lot of YouTube true crime investigators that are going to the trial, I'll take their word over the mainstream media any day. Right. So, I mean, there's some yes and some no, because some are just completely biased into their one side or the other. 2 different weapons, Tony. Yep. Sorcerer Tree, we heard about the serrated knife during the summer hearings, but today was first absolute mention of 2 different knives. They also mentioned the box cutter. Because Alan worked at CVS, he uses box cutters to open. Right. That's one of the things that they say, is that that's a potential murder weapon, but they didn't look at that before. People are talking about that box cutter from the summer hearings, and apparently one of his, we don't know this yet from trial, one of the confessions/admissions talks something about a box cutter. It could indicate 2 perps. Okay, so we're going to talk about the hair, though. So we were talking about the hair the other day, and he brought it up. I was telling you guys that I had heard about this hair on Abby's hand, but nothing with any proof behind it. So it wasn't it wasn't like something that it wasn't even on social media. I was told that it was female. There's another YouTuber who has come out and said that they were told that the hair was red or dyed red. I was not told that, so I don't know. I was told that it was female, but so interesting. Today we do find out that the hair is wrapped around. The hair is wrapped around Abby's finger, from my understanding, and that it is a female hair. That the hair does have a root. Which is, I mean, the hair has a root. It's wrapped around her finger. It is a female hair, and they didn't test it against any of the family members. So now we're talking that we have to have another type of DNA or another source of DNA, because otherwise what were they giving to the investigative genetic genealogist to do for 20 grand? So we're hearing today that this hair has not been tested beyond it conclusively not being Abby's, not being Libby's, and not being Richard Allen's. And I don't even think they probably tested it with Richard Allen if it was already determined that it was a female hair. So I'm very confused on why this hair wouldn't have been tested, like, at all. But I'm going to play Barbara McDonald's comments on it.
Got a little bit more detail about that hair as well, is that it does come from a female, and according to the defense, that hair was never tested against any of Abby or Libby's relatives or friends. You know, the girls were wearing borrowed sweatshirts that day. Libby had on her own, but Abby was wearing one that had belonged to Kelsey. She has long blonde hair. It is perhaps Kelsey's hair from that jacket, but it was never tested, and the defense says that's a problem. They say the state is now scrambling to get that testing done.
Those sketches, the defense wants to bring them in to say, hey, these sketches don't look like this guy. What did the judge say about that?
The judge agreed with the state, and they will not be coming in. The state called those
Everyone that
investments
just
belong to
go back to
Kelsey.
the hair.
She had defense that hair was never tested against any of Abby or Libby's relatives or friends. You know, the girls were wearing borrowed sweatshirts that day. Libby had on her own, but Abby was wearing one that had belonged to Kelsey. She has long blonde hair. It is perhaps Kelsey's hair from that jacket, but it was never tested, and the defense says that's a problem. They say the state is now scrambling to get that testing done.
Yeah, but why would they be scrambling 7 years later? They had $2 million to do this investigation. They spent $1 million of it looking in the fucking Wabash River. Why do we not know who the hair belongs to? Yes, could it be Kelsey's? Without a doubt, it could be Kelsey's. It's weird that it would be wrapped around her finger if it was Kelsey's. It also is weird that it would have the root. So I think there's a couple things that people can't ignore there. But why the fuck isn't it tested? Why isn't this tested? And so what? And then what DNA do they have that they gave $20K to genealogy to do? Hold on, real quick, you guys. Well, I have a tiny human that just got here, so give me just a second. Everything's in the car still, yes. Okay. They had a long time to test that hair. What a joke. The state messed up big time. This is, I go back to if we didn't have an arrest of Richard Allen, and the public didn't have a Richard Allen to put all the, he's the guilty guy. He's the guilty one. If the public didn't have that, and they learned things like this, that there's a hair that's found in one of the victim's hands with the root on it, and then law enforcement comes and tells the public, hey, we're not going to test that hair. We just think it's probably Kelsey, so we don't really need to test it. Would the public not go, what the fuck is going on with this investigation? Like, whether you're pro-innocent, pro-guilt, he's the guy or not the guy, we've never known that the killer isn't a female. It could always have been a female. Because the law enforcement at the beginning of the whole fucking thing said they're not even sure that the person on the bridge video is the person who says guys or down the hill. And they said they didn't know if the person in the video is the person who killed the girls. So I get it. I get, like, we talked about Lisk on Long Island serial killer on the last live we did when we were talking about this hair. His wife's DNA was actually found on his victims. So, okay, if we know we have a female hair, why isn't it tested against Kathy Allen or Brittany Allen? Why aren't they being tested against people that there might be hair to prove that it does match to him? Like, why aren't people pissed about that? I don't get it. I've said the same shit about these, like, the 70 days worth of audio and video and all this crap. Like, if there was no arrest of Richard Allen and the public learned that they just had lost all this fucking evidence, and now they learn we're not testing any of the evidence, what the fuck have you been doing for 5.5 years before you arrested Richard Allen? And then how much money do you spend on a guy like Harshman to go sit and listen for hours on end to every type of conversation that Richard Allen has? Why aren't you testing the shit that you already fucking have? God, it's so fucking wild. It has a root. It has a root. Ugh. All right, let's go back to Barb.
Those sketches, the defense wants to bring them in to
Let's touch on the sketches. Actually, I'll let her talk first, and then I'll touch on this.
say, hey, these sketches don't look like this guy. What did the judge say about that?
The judge agreed with the state, and they will not be coming in. The state called those investigative tools and said they did not lead to the identification or arrest of Richard Allen and therefore are irrelevant. And the judge agreed with that, so they will not be entered into evidence. We do know that there are some witnesses already being called by the state. The first one's up, Becky Patty, Libby's custodian.
Okay, so I'll touch on the sketches real quick. So the motion in limine was put in by Nick McClelland that he did not want the defense to be able to bring up these two sketches, and then they had like their oral arguments about it. She said she was going to take it under advisement. I do have the documentation for the response that was filed from the defense team on why it should be. But I just want to make sure that we have some clarity, at least you guys have some clarity on what this motion in limine means. And I don't know if I still have his up or not, but I know I have the IPA one. But in the motion in limine request from McClelland, it's he even states it in there, but people are like, and Barbara McDonald's kind of falling into the trap too. That means it cannot ever be brought up at all. We talked about this when it came to the motion in limine, when it came to the third party, and so on and so forth. But the motion in limine is to try to get it so the defense can't just bring it up at a random time. They essentially have to get permission based on the testimony that's being presented during that case. So Winnicky seems to think sketches can still come in. They can. So what it is if the state or the defense calls up a witness such as a Betsy Blair, and I'm just putting her out there just as an example. Betsy Blair comes up there. She starts talking about, what she saw, who she saw, what the person looked like, so on and so forth. They want the motion in limine is to request that the defense can't just start questioning her on the sketches. They have to actually go up to, they have to request the permission from the judge to be able to impeach this witness based on the sketches or based on something along those lines. Anything when it comes to the motion in limine is it's not a automatic, you never ever get to talk about it. It's more of a, in layman's terms, you have to have a sufficient legal reason to bring it up, and you have to talk about it to the judge before you're allowed to bring it up in front of the jury, so as to not skew the jury. I hope that makes more sense. It doesn't mean that there's no possible way they'll ever be able to talk about it. It means that they have to work harder to be able to bring it up. Do you see what I mean? Does that kind of make sense to everybody? They just, if you're like an avid trial watcher, you see when somebody's being questioned, they just, the attorney just keeps, going with the questions and so on, and they just keep, it's like a flow. So this would go, hey, stop. The witness answered my question this way, which gives me the legal reason to be able to go to the judge and say, here is my legal reason to be able to now bring this information in. So it's like, they just have to work harder to get the information in. It's not never, ever going to be allowed. Now, can she still say no? She absolutely can, but everything that they do approach the bench for is still part of the record. So don't think just because it's a motion in limine and she says they're out, that they'll never, ever get brought up. Also, we talked about this when it came to the sketches. I don't think that the sketches being presented as themselves is necessarily as important. When you have like a Doug Carter who has done multiple interviews where he states in the press conference, which they won't be able to play, but they still will be able to question. They still will be able to question a Doug Carter on, did you believe that the second, during your investigation that the second, this, and I wouldn't maybe call it a sketch, but that, figure out the right terminology to be able to bring it in. But, did you believe that was the perpetrator? Because he states clearly in interviews and during press conferences after 2019 that the young Bridge Guy sketch is Bridge Guy and is the person who killed the girls. So they just have to get somebody like a Doug Carter to bring it up or to answer questions that way. And that's all with trial prep that, you know, Nick would be trying to stop any of that from happening. So anyway, let me go back to
grandmother, Derek German, Libby's father, who was to pick the girls up that day and was the first to discover that they were missing, and Kelsey German Siebert, the sister of Libby, who of course dropped the girls off at the trails that day.
Okay, let me see. Hunter says they are never allowed, not just this trial. I think it sucks too, but it's not a corruption thing. They want the right guy prosecuted. They got him. Are you talking about the sketches? The sketches aren't allowed. Typically, sketches aren't a big part of evidence at a trial, regardless. But it's more along the lines of the switch of ISP stating that they had cleared one person, and then stating the other person that was the bridge guy and was the perpetrator. But they can elicit that through testimony. It's not about the sketch itself. But I'm just saying, in general, emotion limit doesn't mean that it can never ever come up. It just means they have to work harder to try to get it in. Always talking about cameras. Well, cameras in Indiana are new as of the beginning of 2023. So they are becoming a thing in Indiana. And ironically, Judge Gold was a huge advocate for it to be passed where cameras could be in the courtroom, but it's still up to the judge's discretion, and she's chosen to not allow cameras in the courtroom. Even though Indiana does allow cameras. They started in the beginning of 2023. Just FYI. Okay. So there's another clip of Barbara McDonald. Is this the same one?
And so they consider those generated back in 2017. She talked about the events that day. Of course, Abby had spent the night with the Patty family. Relevant.
I think this is the second one. Hold on. I have them all up, so I'm trying to figure out which one's which.
German's custodial grandmother, Becky Patty.
Which one am I supposed to be playing here, Sleuthy? Is it not on the That's Boone. Well, this is the second one. Hold on, let me see what's Sleuthy, because I have two different ones here. Sleuthy, where'd you go? They both say second. That's why I'm confused now. They both say part. Oh, maybe it is this one. Hold on. Is it this one? But they're two different.
Very different
Hold on,
looking
guys.
people, given basically
Fired bullet that was found at the crime.
Yeah, these are. It's like completely different than what I just played. Or am I wrong? Is it the same as what I just played? The two and the DM are in order. Okay, hold on. Let me go back and grab them in order then, so I know what the hell I'm talking about. And is the first one that you sent me the same as what I just played, or no? That's what I'm saying. Is this one right here the same as the one I just played? Why is there no sound?
so far.
So right now, we are back in session after a lunch break. We got back in session about 1:30 this afternoon. One witness testified before the lunch break, and that.
Oh wait, okay, no, this is different than what I just played. Okay, but it's still in two parts, so I have to play both of these parts. Correct? Okay, got it. picking up what you're putting down. You guys hear this okay?
It was Libby German's custodial grandmother, Becky Patty. This afternoon, we are expecting to hear from Derek German, Libby's father, who was the one who was arriving at the trails that day to pick Abby and Libby up about 3:15, and he was the first one to notice that the girls were not where they were supposed to be and were not responding to his calls and texts. The other witness we're expecting this afternoon is Kelsey German Siebert, who is the older sister of Libby. She was the one who dropped the girls off at the trail that day.
Now, we heard opening statements earlier today. Obviously, we've been learning so much about this case over the last few days. What stood out to you about opening statements?
So a couple of things. First of all, in his opening statement, the prosecutor did say this is the time for us to hear the rest of the story. We've been waiting almost 8 years to hear that, and we are getting some of those details you just mentioned. For example, we heard during jury selection that a hair was found in Abby's hand. Today, we found out that it was actually wrapped around one of her fingers and that it came from a female and had a root attached, but that no DNA testing was done on that hair until perhaps 2 days ago. The defense indicated that the state went to try to get some DNA from some of Libby's female relatives to see if they can identify the source of that hair. Abigail Williams, the day that her body was found, was dressed in Libby's sweatshirt. The day prior, when she went missing, she had been wearing a sweatshirt that belonged to Kelsey. So it's conceivable that that hair could have come from a female member of Libby's family.
Wait,
But
what? Hold on a second. That doesn't make any sense. The day prior she was wait, what? Hold on a second. That does not make sense. Hold on. I got to hear that again.
relatives to see if they can identify attached, but that no DNA testing was done on that hair until perhaps 2 days ago. The defense
2 days ago they started doing testing, perhaps 2 days ago. Okay, so let's go with perhaps right there. Hold on.
indicated that the state went to try to get some DNA from some of Libby's female relatives to see if they can identify the source of that hair. Abigail Williams, the day that her body was found, was dressed in Libby's sweatshirt. The day prior, when she went missing, she had been wearing a sweatshirt that belonged to Kelsey. So
What? What? No. The day prior, she was wearing a sweatshirt that belonged to Kelsey. And then she's saying the day she's found, she's wearing Libby's. That's not accurate. Or is it accurate and everything we've ever been told is not accurate? What? I don't know this. I don't know what to take, how to take this, because this might be a reporting issue. But she's saying the day before she was wearing Kelsey's.
it's conceivable that that hair could have come from a female member of Libby's family, but we don't know that for sure. The other thing that I noticed that stood out to me today was we're hearing a lot about...
Aren't they both Kelsey's sweatshirts? They're both Kelsey's. According to Kelsey. And there's no way that the sweatshirt that she was wearing the day before, that she still has a hair with the root of it. The next day, on her hand. They're both supposed to be Kelsey's. I'm very confused. I'm very confused on this statement, and I'm hoping that somebody else who's in the courtroom is going to clarify this for us, or come out with something else, because this doesn't make any sense.
This bullet that was found at the crime scene, and the state says that their analysis of that bullet shows that it was cycled through a gun that belonged to Richard Allen. But today we found out from the defense that they have not excluded some other people whose guns were looked at. For example, there was a man who lived across the creek from the crime scene. He got home about 3:30 that day, and perhaps the person who interrupted the killer, according to the state's theory of the case. But he had a .40 caliber gun in his car at the time, and they tested that and said that has not been excluded as being the source of that bullet. Again, it was an unfired bullet that was found at the crime scene and was not a murder weapon and not involved in the deaths of the girls, Michael.
Okay,
Yes.
hold on. I'm going to rewind that so you guys can hear that part again. We've talked about this for a long time.
Included, but he had a .40 caliber gun, 330 that day, and perhaps
This
man
is
who lived
about
across
Weber.
included some other people whose guns were looked at. For example, there was a man who lived across the creek from the crime scene.
Brad
He
Weber.
got home about 3:30 that day, and perhaps the person who interrupted the killer, according to the state's theory of the case. But he had a .40 caliber gun in his car at the time, and they tested that and said that has not been excluded as being the source of that bullet. Again, it was an unfired bullet that was found at the crime scene and was not a murder weapon and not involved in the deaths of the girls, Michael.
Yeah, so many outstanding issues in this case. One of them going into the trial.
Brad Weber's gun that we've talked about so many times is now being brought up by the defense during the trial. That his gun was not found to be not a match. There was not a conclusive ruling one way or the other.
Involved these two sketches. We know there were sort of these sketches that were done based on witness testimony, and those witnesses will be testifying. And there were some issues as to whether these pictures, we're looking at them, two very different looking people given basically by witnesses who said this is what they look like. The defense wanted to be allowed to bring them in, and they argued for it. Ultimately, the judge denied the opportunity to bring them in. Tell us about that.
That's right. She sided with the state, who called those sketches.
Hold on a second. Necessary Evil says they have been using the genetic genealogy to test it for a while. That doesn't really make sense, though, because they don't have to use genetic genealogy to test if the hair has a familial match. They wouldn't even need to go as far as to spend $20K on genetic genealogy. They would know it has a familial match, and they would just narrow it down that way. So I don't know. I don't agree with that. I don't think they would. I mean, it just wouldn't make sense for them to do that logically, but you know, they could tell it's a familial match. Weber has an alibi because he was at work and he's arriving home at like what, 3:30. I don't disagree with that. I think my point is about how the gun not being able to be ruled out as the contributor to the tool marks on this unspent round. I think that's more important. Because if you have somebody who lives there, and we know that they found multiple spent cartridges and casings throughout the properties on both sides, that it doesn't have to be that he has to be the perpetrator, but it doesn't mean that it couldn't have just come from his gun at a time that he was out there. See what I'm saying? So, no, not necessarily. It doesn't. What's up, Carla? Okay, hold on. Laura said something. But didn't you say at the beginning that just because either side says it, it might not be the full truth yet, or is still open for cross on either side? It doesn't mean that it's not the truth per se. It means that it's not evidence that whatever's said in opening and closing arguments, opening statements and closing arguments is not evidence to the jury. Obviously, juries are human. They're paying attention to what is said, but it's not evidence to be ruled on as factual by the jury when it comes to deliberation time. So they don't typically just see them ignoring it, because it's still part of what they have in their brains, because subconsciously you can't just ignore it, but maybe you forget some of it, and it's not like they're going to be able to sit in a jury deliberation room and go back and watch opening statements. You see what I'm saying? But they can take notes, but it's not evidence. It's not considered evidence. So we're only on day one. So, I mean, we got a lot to go. There's going to be a lot that's going to be brought up still.
Irrelevant. The state, in their filing arguing against the admission of those sketches at
Yes.
this trial, said that they were simply investigative tools, that the witnesses who provided the information that led to those sketches didn't really get a good enough look at the suspect's face, and so they consider those sketches irrelevant. Of course, the defense wanted those in because they say neither sketch looks like their client. This first sketch that was released in 2017 of an older man man with facial hair wearing a cap. The second sketch was released in 2019, but
Okay, hold on. Let me get you the other part now. This is 2 parts. We got a 2-parter. This is part 2. Ah.
And so they consider those sketches irrelevant. Of course, the defense wanted those in because they say neither sketch looks like their client. This first sketch that was released in 2017 of an older man with facial hair wearing a cap. The second sketch was released in 2019, but both of those sketches came from witness reports and were actually generated back in 2017. I also know that there were several other sketches, perhaps 5 or 6 in total. We have never seen those other sketches, and according to the ruling from the judge, none of that's coming in, so we won't be seeing it at this trial.
Yeah, I was a little surprised by that ruling by the judge, but again, Fran Gull, she has been not friendly to the defense throughout this
Not
trial.
friendly.
Also, my understanding is some members of the victims' families are speaking up. What can you tell us about that?
Well, they're the ones testifying today. The first witness that was called by the state, Becky Patty, she is Libby's custodial grandmother. She talked about the events that day. Of course, Abby had spent the night with the Patty family the night before the girls went to the trails, and she talked about how they woke up and Derek German made banana pancakes for the girls before taking them out to the trails. Apparently, we do have some sound from Kelsey German, who was the sister of Libby and dropped the girls off at the trails that day. She talked to us back in 2019 and described what was going on in the moments before dropping the girls off. Here's some of that.
Libby walked into the bathroom and asked if I would take them, go with them, and spend the day just enjoying the trails and taking pictures. Since I had
sort of where the state is focusing their case right now is on the emotion of it all and the brutality of it all. Michael?
Now, Barbara, I understand that this is a very high-profile case, a lot of interest in the case. Tell me about that interest, and I understand there was quite a scene waiting to and getting into the courtroom today.
That's right. There are somewhere between 20 and 40 seats that are available for the public, and people were lining up as early as 8 o'clock last night. Got very cold here, down into the 30s, but they hung tight. They brought chairs and blankets, some even electric blankets, and stayed here all night waiting for an opportunity to get one of those seats. Because the judge is not allowing any kind of recording devices in the courtroom, and she will not make available any recording of the trial after the fact. There are so many people who want to hear the rest of this story as the prosecutor laid out, and they are doing everything they can to make sure they get one of those seats inside. 12 seats are dedicated to the media each day, and we are sharing notes and pooling our resources to bring the best coverage that we can, since we won't be able to show you what's happening inside.
But we have the next best thing. Barbara McDonald, thank you so much for that report.
So she's talking about like the people were camped out in the front, and I do want to say, and I don't think it's actually on the public side, but Carrie Timmons, who is Libby's mom, actually made a comment about the people that were lined up and how she was very frustrated with that. She was very frustrated with that people were lined up at 8:30. And then Anna, which is Abby's mom, commented on her post, sharing her frustration with the fact as well. So okay, give me 1 second real quick. I got to read something real quick. Okay, that's the wrong thing. Okay. Then we have, I'm going to bring this one over so we can talk about this. So this is the article. Then we'll head over to Twitter too. It should be wrapping up for the day pretty shortly. Okay, let me get rid of that so it doesn't ding the whole time.
Of Richard Allen, the man.
A double murder trial. Opening statements are set to get underway in the 2017 killings of Indiana teens Abby Williams and Libby German. Our Alex Perez is in Delphi, Indiana with the latest. Alex, good morning.
Hey, good morning. You can see members of the public behind me here lined up to get into the courthouse. Now, the judge has issued a strict gag order in this case, and the jury has been sequestered. Abby and Libby's families say they won't rest until there's a conviction.
This morning, nearly 8 years after the murders of 13-year-old Abby Williams and 14-year-old Libby German, opening arguments in the trial of Richard Allen, the man accused of killing the teenagers. The jury, selected from a nearby county and sequestered, made up of 16 people, including alternates, 10 women and 6 men. The bodies of the two friends discovered in Delphi back on Valentine's Day 2017 after they went for a hike at the Monon High Bridge Trail. Libby leaving a trail of evidence for investigators, including this picture she Snapchatted of Abby, this image believed to be of a suspect, and this chilling audio. The judge ruled more than 60 alleged jailhouse confessions Allen made can be used in court.
We believe you are hiding in plain sight.
After years of hunting for a suspect, authorities arrested Allen in 2022 after they say they linked a bullet at the crime scene to his gun. The married father lived in Delphi and worked at the local CVS. The prosecutor's witness list, about 50 people. The defense list, 120 people.
Hold on. I'm just going to read this because that is not what I don't care what he has to say. Hold on. I hope I hope people aren't talking shit about the families. I may have missed it, but please don't. Yeah. So Bob had to leave court because him and Allie have a flight to catch, so he won't be in court tomorrow. Bob from Defense Diaries, but Anna Williams is currently on the stand when he left. So just a heads up on where things are at with that. He'll be back. I think he'll be back Monday, but him and Allie have a trip. There's no court tomorrow. Thought was having court on Saturday. They should be having, yeah, tomorrow is Saturday. They should be having court on Saturday. Yes. They're having court Monday through Saturday. Only Sundays off. Only Sundays off. Okay, so I'm gonna read through this one so that I can just tell you guys what's said here. So details about the murder of 2 teenage girls in Delphi in 2017 were revealed for the first time during the trial of the man accused of killing them. Richard Allen is charged with the murders of Abby and Libby from the unseasonably warm day of February 13, 2017. So police have never released how the 8th graders were killed. During opening statements Friday in the long-awaited trial in Carroll County, Indiana, the prosecutors provided the jurors with details about the murders. He said, "You're going to see the crime scene," Prosecutor Nick McClellan said. "It was a gruesome scene. Libby was completely naked. Her throat was cut and blood was all over. And Abby's throat was also cut." McClellan said that the case is about 3 things: the bridge guy, an unspent bullet found at the crime scene, and the brutal murders of Libby and Abby, who were found dead near the Monon High Bridge. According to McClellan, Libby posted a photo of Abby on Snapchat while they were crossing over the Monon High Bridge. After the girls crossed the bridge, they saw a man behind them, so Libby started recording on her phone at 2:13. McClellan said the man pulled out a gun and ordered the girls down the hill. The girls complied, and then the video on the cell phone stopped recording. According to McClellan, Allen testified that he was on. There's no testimony, so that's a wrong word to use there. Allen testified that he was on the trail that day. Investigators also found a gun in his house, and testing showed a bullet found at the crime scene cycled through that gun. McClellan and Allen also confessed to committing the crime to his wife and mother voluntarily while in jail. Defense attorney Andrew Baldwin said in his opening statement that there is reasonable doubt in the case, arguing that the state's investigation was botched from the beginning. Baldwin questioned the timeline and the cell phone evidence in the state's case, holding up a phone to the jury and saying, forensic data on these phones don't lie. Baldwin said the prosecution claims Abby and Libby were dead by 4 p.m. on February 13th, and their bodies were never moved until they were recovered the next day. He said the prosecution's timeline puts Allen in a parking lot near the trail at 1:30 p.m., but his cell phone data shows he was gone by 2:15 p.m. So Barbara McDonald had said in her reporting that the defense said in opening statements that there would be evidence to show that he was not there. ABC News is saying that Richard Allen's cell phone data is going to show that he wasn't there. Now, once again, I have to preface all of this. I'm not sitting in the courtroom, so I can only go by what they're saying, what is being reported by the media. But his cell phone data shows he was gone by 2:15 p.m. So Barbara didn't say cell phone data. She just said that the defense said evidence. Remember, once again, opening statements are not evidence to the jury. Bob confirmed to me the cell phone data thing is correct, that it does say cell phone, that he says in his opening statements. So Baldwin says to the jury in opening statements, Richard Allen's cell phone data will show that he was gone by 2:15 p.m. But does that just mean that there's cell phone data that doesn't have him there at all and that he's not there at 2:15? Or does it actually show Richard Allen leaving the crime, leaving Monon High Bridge, or leaving the old CPS building, or leaving that area at 2:15? So it's something that, like, I'm just trying to point out some of the big things that we're going to have to pay attention to when people start testifying. Hi, Hammy. What's up, Radar? You better try to, DB. You better try to, but they don't always. Okay. So addressing the unspent round found at the crime scene, Baldwin said law enforcement commonly used that type of bullet, but police never investigated if an officer was missing one. He also said the owner of the property where the girls were found owns a similar weapon, but his gun was never tested. Well, that would be Ron Logan's. The defense also argued Allen's mental health was in decline while in prison, which led him to confess to the crime. The defense told the jurors they believed the girls were killed somewhere else and their bodies were returned to the crime scene. That searchers saw no bodies or girls' clothing in the creek on the night of February 13th, and witnesses near the crime scene also never heard any screams. Baldwin also said that hair found in Abby's hand was a possible match to a female relative of Libby and not Allen. The defense revealed the evidence for the first time during proceedings earlier in the week. Ahead of opening statements, this is also different because the others are reporting that the testing of the hair is just taking place now. But then that also goes to what I was saying, is if it's a familial match, they would have been able to, they would have known that, they could have known that right off the bat. Yeah, Barbara said that the state started testing the hair 2 days ago, to maybe to figure out which family member it belongs to. Both could technically be true, but they could know if the hair is a familial match based on having the DNA of Abby and Libby. So they already had their DNA from the autopsies. But that doesn't, but it's still, I mean, it's still, something's off with it if it's around her hand, because we're getting a little bit of conflicting stuff. If it's in her hand, if it's around her hand, if it's in, but the bigger part is it's got a root connected to it. Okay. Ahead of opening statements, Judge Francis Gall ruled that the composite sketches of the person in the case of persons of interest in the case released by the Indiana State Police early in the investigation will not be used during the trial. Prosecutors have filed a motion seeking to prevent defense attorneys from referencing the sketches, arguing that they were for generating leads in the case and were not used to identify Allen as a suspect. Because like I said, there's not a witness that's going to come forward and say they saw Richard Allen as bridge guy. So the hair situation is still just really, it's really bothering me because, I mean, this might piss people off, but it is what it is. And when you're investigating a fucking case, the first people you look at are your is the family members. That's, I mean, they start there and they work their way out. So why wouldn't you want to know what family member this hair came from? Why wouldn't you want to know why the hair was there? I'm struggling with that. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys. Let me see if I can find this clip really quick because I want to show you guys this. Hold on. I think that was the end of that. Yeah, hold on. Let me get the next piece for you because this is also bothering me about this hair. See, the other day we talked about how a reporter, her name's Angela, on Twitter had said that she was told about DNA and that she was contacted to have her article removed because they said that the sheriff was speaking, you know, essentially out of not having the correct information. And so we have here, I think Catastrophe has it up. Hold on, let me go to hers.
There was DNA in the case.
Nope, hold on. This is just a clip of it, but it's on News Nation with Ashley Banfield. So I'll just play it, but I'm going to play it from Catastrophe's Twitter because it's the easier way to go about it. So Ashley Banfield is interviewing the reporter, the other reporter.
22, Libby's grandma said in an interview that the police told her there was DNA in the case. Just days after the actual murder itself in 2017, the sheriff told your station that they had DNA evidence, and then law enforcement later asked to have that information pulled from the website. Does that start to square with this bombshell today?
I was told that was DNA of a state trooper.
I was told it was DNA of a state trooper. I'm pretty sure at this point, even just from just a little bit that we've heard from today, that there's multiple sources of DNA. There has to be, because they're not going to take this. They're not going to take this hair and then start testing it 2 days ago to figure out exactly who it belongs to, but have used 20,000 on genetic genealogy. But he was told quickly after the murders that it was the DNA of a state trooper. You take it for what you want, but no, essentially the bottom line is none of them are Rick. So.
Assuming it was a state trooper, there was DNA.
With this bombshell, you're asked to have that information pulled from the website. Does that start to square with this bombshell today?
I was told that was DNA of a state trooper. Assuming it was a state trooper that was down there investigating the crime scene. I was told that personally within the first few days of the investigation. Then that information sort of went away. It's like a lot of things in this case where they pop up and then suddenly they don't seem to hold water.
22, Libby's grandma.
A lot of things in this case that just pop up, and remember that stuff I sent you a while back about the DNA? Yes. What did Hammy say that you're laughing at, Sleuthy? Let me go find Hammy's. Oh, shit. T, I want to hear at what point you say that you're not on the fence anymore. Not there yet. I'm not there yet. Not there yet. I clearly don't sit on the fence when it comes to what I think about this investigative team and what I think about Judge Gall. I just fucking ridiculous. All ridiculous. Okay, hold on. I got to check something. Hey, Travis. Also makes it seem like Baldwin said it doesn't match Rick. I don't believe I heard anyone say it, that Andy said it could link to a female family member, but that makes it sound like it's like non-nuclear DNA. Yeah, we're getting a lot of a lot of conflicting shit from what we've known for a while. Did Richard Allen give his description of what he was wearing and his timing before he knew there was a video of this bridge guy? I think he did. No. Well, we don't know exactly when Richard Allen actually knew there was a video of Bridge Guy, but he didn't give a description of what he was wearing until October of 2022. And we don't even know if it was an actual description. It's based off of what Liggett said happened during an interview on October 13th of 2022. So the clothing was not mentioned in the statement that Dan Doolin wrote down. In the statement Dan Doolin wrote down, it's Richard Allen was at the trails between 1:30 and 3:30. In the October 2022 statement, Liggett tries to say that Richard Allen was there from 1:30 to 3:30. But now we're hearing two bits of information about the cell phone, whether it's cell phone data that shows Richard Allen was not at the trails or that he had left the trails at 2:15. If Richard Allen's cell phone leaves the trails at 2:15 p.m., I mean, what the fuck? If they're saying that at 2:15 p.m. Richard Allen his phone wasn't at the trails, then somebody needs to show me that his phone was at the trails at all, because then it still puts me back on the fence that it could be him. Yes, Midnight Rocker, Monday through Saturday. He's a conservation officer, libertarian. So it's kind of it's kind of interesting, because the unspent round was rumored to have been from law enforcement's gun. Right now we're talking about that this DNA was also rumored to have been a law enforcement's DNA. Cell data doesn't lie. Yeah. He said the prosecution's timeline puts Allen in the parking lot near the trail at 1:30 p.m., but his cell phone data shows he was gone by 2:15. Where's the source of that, Jackie? Do you happen to know where I can find that? I'm going to pull up. We're going to go over to another reporter's Twitter, and we're going to go through what he said happened in court, what he's saying happened in court. Yeah, the fact that it's got a fucking root, it's like. Yeah. Why are people yelling? I don't know. Am I yelling? I don't know. I'm getting worked up. I'm getting worked up here. This is just, we're fucking day one, and I'm already like so just like irritated with like the lack of clarity in the reporting of what's happening inside that fucking courtroom. So I might be yelling, but wasn't the bullet how they got the warrant? No. Are you talking about for the search warrant or the arrest warrant? The unspent round would have to do with the arrest warrant. ABC News article. I just read that one. We just read ABC's. It doesn't say that he gets there at 1:30. I just read this one. It says that it shows. Oh, fucking A. It does fucking say it. Never mind. Fuck me. Okay, hold on. Baldwin said the prosecution claims Abby and Libby were dead by 4 p.m. on February 13th, and their bodies were never moved until they were recovered the next day. He said the prosecution's timeline puts Allen in the parking lot near the trail at 1:30. I just fucking read this, and I still didn't remember it. All right, I need to slow down for a second and absorb what the hell I'm saying. Yeah, I'm frustrating myself. Okay, Allen, he said the prosecution's timeline puts Allen in the parking lot near the trail at 1:30 p.m. It doesn't say his cell phone puts him in the parking lot at 1:30 p.m. though. It says that his cell phone data shows he was gone by 2:15. So does the cell phone data put him in the parking lot at 1:30? Do you see what I'm saying? No shit, C-Dub. That's why I have to listen to other people read the same shit that I read. In the parking lot. in the parking lot near the trail at 1:30 p.m. This article in particular doesn't say his cell phone puts him in the parking lot. The defense in the opening statement just says the cell phone data shows he's gone by 2:15. Yeah, the state's timeline says 1:27 he's driving by the Hoosier Harvest store, which would put him in the parking lot at about 1:30. Nick's going to say that Rick left with the girls at 2:15. Hi, J.O. All right, I'm taking a breather just so that I can make sure I'm not forgetting shit that I just said out loud. Okay. If Andy Baldwin said what ABC said he said, it suggests DNA from here was linked to a family member. Yes, but that depends on which one you say, because Barbara doesn't say that. She just says they started testing the hair 2 days ago. So I don't know. Right, Rebecca? Right? I know. Okay, let's look at Donnie's on his mega thread. And then I'm actually going to pull up. They don't. They just say it's similar. It's similar. So they're going to have to find some type of. Wait, what? Is she really? Allie's going to stay and go to court tomorrow? I thought they had to leave. Okay. Nick claims the girls were never moved. Okay, so I want to talk about this moving and like killed somewhere else and brought back. I'm honestly, this is going to put me back on the fence over here because the amount of blood that's at this crime scene from what we were told in the 3-day hearings by the state's witness does not seem that the girls would have been taken and brought back. At least not Libby. I just can't. I cannot wrap my mind around that Libby was not killed where she was ultimately in that area where she was found, even though I do believe she was moved from the area of one tree to the other tree. I don't think that Libby's killed somewhere else and brought back. I just don't. Does that mean the girls couldn't have been taken, brought back, and killed? I mean, maybe, but there's people out there, even if they're not right there in that area. Yeah, I can't. They had to have been, at least Libby had to have been killed at that crime scene. So that's what they would have had to have been brought back alive. Hard Candy, what's up? Allie's going to stay for tomorrow. She changed her trip just today. Man, those guys are dedicated. I'm surprised that Bob's not staying, though, to be honest with you. Okay, so we heard all kinds of stuff about a shack. I'm still going to go back to the fucking cabin. So Josh Lank, who is Tara's ex-husband, okay, and so Josh Lank is Libby's ex-uncle, I should say. They got divorced. So, but he was part of the search, and he made the comment on social media that they were taken to the cabin. They were taken to a cabin. Now, maybe it was just bad info that he was given at that time, but now like, that whole thing is kind of coming back. But I don't know. Could you? There's still people out there searching. We know that there's people out there searching. We also know that the fire chief said that Tobe, even after 2 a.m., wanted to go back out there and search. Now, maybe they're not right there in that particular area, but to take the girls back and kill them at 4 something in the morning when the phone comes back on, that just seems kind of crazy. Unless, like, Libby is killed and Abby is taken. I'm just trying to wrap my mind around different options here. Not that I'm necessarily believing any of them, trying to figure out like, how that would possibly work. That Libby's killed there, Abby's taken, and Abby's brought back. I don't know. I've never been a big proponent on the fact that I thought that they were taken and brought back. At least not like taken far away. But maybe, maybe. Time of death is going to be a huge deal. They would have been found that day if they were in that spot. I know a lot of people say that too, but not if they didn't actually walk to that spot. Hey, sweet Melissa. I brought this cabin up many times early on. Everyone asked, what the hell are you talking about? Oh, that's what I was gonna pull it up. Give me a second. Let me go I'll pull it up real quick. I had to restart everything on my computer, so everything I had open is shut down. Because the other day it just would not let me do anything I wanted to do. My mind is going to be such a fucking wreck after this whole trial's done. Or as we go through these days. There's just so much info to try to absorb. I just wish that we had it live and I could just replay it. And go, here's the parts that are the most important. I need to let that go because we don't have it. So it is what it is. Let me get this to load. Do I have it in here? No. Come on, don't go slow on me now. Let me get rid of some of this other stuff. Come on. There we go. So both found dead in a cabin around 12:30 today. So he says in a cabin. But we know they're not found in a cabin. We also had the original reports that said that they were found in the water, and that wasn't either. So let me go back to Cody's. Nothing wants to load, so that's a problem. So Cody also makes the comment. Oh, I don't have it in here. Shit. He also makes a comment about it. About them not being where they were supposedly found at. But those are like right from the very beginning. All right, let's go take a look at what Donnie Burgess has to say. If you guys are on Twitter, make sure you guys are following Donnie because he's doing a pretty good job of doing all the updates that he can during their breaks. Hold on. I'll pull that up. Let me pull that up. So Carrie has a Venmo that she is taking donations. I've shared it before on another stream, but so Carrie, because she's taken the time off to be at the trial. So if anybody is wanting to, Idaho Charlie, are you here still? Thank you, Idaho Charlie. I see that. I see what you sent. I appreciate that. Thank you. But let me pull the link. So if you guys are willing to donate or wanting to donate to Carrie, who is Libby's biological mother, for her to be staying in Indiana during the trial and attending every day. That is her Venmo. Okay, so Donnie, let's go to Donnie's. Donnie says apparently some national media from NBC and AP broke the decorum order in film. We talked about that earlier. McClellan spent about 20 minutes on his statement. He was focused yet relaxed, leaning heavily into emotion. He says Richard Allen used fear and intimidation to scare Abby and Libby with his gun. McClellan kept harping on fear and power and control. McClellan says, "We told you this case is about Bridge Guy, a bullet, and the brutal murder of 2 young girls. Today you will hear the rest of the testimony." McClellan reiterated that Allen wanted to sexually assault the girls, but was stopped, so he slit their throats and left. This is a very bold statement that he's making too, but once again, opening statements, not evidence, but he's saying that was the motive, is that he wanted to sexually assault them. Allen's attorney, Andrew Baldwin, was up next, and boy, howdy, he took his time. Baldwin easily went over an hour with his opening statement and veered very close to plainly presenting evidence. Gold stepped in once to tell Baldwin to wrap it up and that she had given him plenty of leeway. Baldwin says the murder timeline is completely wrong. He claims attacking the timeline. Baldwin says the murder timeline is completely wrong. He claims Allen was not on the trails at the same time as Abby and Libby, period. Baldwin says two important witnesses will destroy the state's timeline. Baldwin says the strands of hair were female hairs twisted around Abigail Williams' fingers, root and all. Baldwin brought up the bullet evidence and how the defense will prove it is shoddy science. Witness number 1, Becky Patty, Libby German's grandma. Stacy Diener conducted the majority of the questioning. Most of it was a detail-by-detail retelling of the daily events in the lives of the German family leading up to 2/13/17. Both the state and the defense, which was Baldwin, focused on Libby's outspoken nature, and by that, Becky Patty clarified that Libby would stand up for what's right and question someone who she felt was wrong. So this kind of goes to my whole, they weren't just, passive youngsters out on the bridge, that she would stand up to somebody that she thought was wrong. She stood her ground. She was adventurous, brave, and would try anything one time. Baldwin focused on Libby's brave nature because the defense plans to paint a picture of 2 girls who put up a fight, yet no noise was heard on the 13th when the murders were supposed to be happening. We have multiple people who are on the trails and on the bridge at the time of the murder. I mean, this is not me reading. This is me just telling you guys. There are multiple people who are in this area when the girls would have been killed according to the state's timeline. Baldwin says the defense will provide evidence to show the girls were confronted by several people, taken away from the bridge, killed on February 14th, as opposed to the state's February 13th. Baldwin also pointed to the phone data earlier in the day and said that the jury will see the full down the hill video, and the defense believes the jury will see that the man in the video doesn't appear to be the one saying down the hill. And perhaps others were waiting for the girls down below the bridge. Other notes, I'm freestyling this thread in a restaurant. Media is seated in the front row. Allen's family is behind the media. Kathy Allen, Richard's wife, was directly behind the media. She exchanged several long glances at Richard Allen, cried, and held onto her family's hands. Richard Allen walked in right in front of Donnie Burgess, escorted by police in suits. Allen is well dressed. He has no chains. There's no restrictions whatsoever. In the courtroom, the overall session was relaxed. He says that Judge Gull and the defense were cordial and joking around at one point, and that McClellan and the defense spent some time talking and joking around with each other. I thought that was an interesting observation. I hadn't heard that from anybody else. Police, of which there are multiple departments, are all accommodating and very helpful with the overall process. The public has been understanding of court rules and kindly left when the seats were all filled up. So, let's see. There was more. Okay, so here's defense diaries. McLean gave about a 20-minute opening after experiencing tech difficulties, and we talked about that one already. Please play the last 3 videos I posted. They are short. Yes, who does? I can do that for you. Give me. Let me get to your channel. Why I do that? So I told you guys that JLR is actually at the. So I'm gonna actually put him on the screen because he's outside the courthouse right now. So,
to say the least, on top of a lot of normally do. She said she would end it.
Hold on.
Breaking news out.
So this is JLR's channel. It goes by JLR Investigates. If one of the wrenches could drop his channel, I'm going to play his video outside of the courtroom. So while I pull up some other videos from Who Dis, I'm going to play this one.
Inside the Carroll County Courthouse, the Richard Allen trial. Day 1 is complete, folks. People coming out of the courthouse. We're going to get an understanding of what transpired since the last break. Richard Allen trial, folks. Indiana, Delphi. Day 1 is over. So let's see what happened here. See who comes out. If anyone speaks, maybe the victim's family speak. Maybe Richard Allen's defense attorneys speak. Someone will speak. We're out here on the ground. On the ground, someone will speak. And there is Richard Allen's wife and family outside the courthouse. Come on in, folks. JLR Investigates. It's been a long day. It is 5:09 p.m. So they finished an hour earlier than what Fran Gohl said she would normally do. She said she would end it. And I titled this video Worst Trial Ever because it's very secretive here and very restrictive, to say the least, on top of a lot of other things. But we'll talk about that. That's my take thus far. Come on in, folks. JLR Investigates. The day has been complete. And we're out here at the courthouse. Day 1 is over, folks. And the defense attorney should be coming out. Media is coming out. That is Richard Allen's family, the defendant's family. Hello. JLR Investigates. Come on in, folks. We're going to get an understanding of what happened here.
That was Kathy Allen.
Outside the Carroll County Courthouse. All right, so Magnolia is finding out what happened.
Trying to see who else. That's his mom. I think it's his dad.
There goes Richard Allen's family.
That might be his sister.
They are leaving court for the day.
Kathy's sister.
This is outside the Carroll County
Courthouse.
Courthouse.
Is there?
Court is over for the day. Court is over. Magnolia is getting the goods right now on what transpired. And we'll find out shortly.
Let me just get caught up with him real quick, and then I'm going to play these other videos real quick.
Delphi, Indiana. So it looks like, folks, that today the first people to testify were the victims' families. The victims' families. I don't believe any law enforcement testified. A lot of people want to know about the opening statements today. You know, McLeland and the prosecution spoke for about 13 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to pause him. We'll come back to him in a minute. Let me play these from Who Dis. You want me to play the last 3? I think that's going to be this one.
This is believed to be the main suspect. This is believed to be the main suspect. The voice is believed to be a suspect. Can you say you believe that's the voice of that man in that photo?
No, I can't say that because we weren't there. We know that voice was captured from her cell phone. We know this image was captured from her cell phone. Keep in mind, all of you are in the television business. What do you see out of the TV? You see this. You don't see what's over here. You don't see what's over here. So there's lots more that we're looking at.
How was it determined that he was the main suspect? Can you go into detail on that?
As I indicated before, the reason we believe this is a suspect is based on the totality of the evidence that we've gathered thus far. That has led us to believe this is the person that at least participated in the murders of Liberty German and Abigail Williams.
Okay, so this is the same guy who talks about this during that the road show that they did, where he says like we don't know that it's the same person because you see it this way and you see it that way.
Other victims, and here comes Keegan climbing down the steps of the Miami County Courthouse right now. He's on his way, and of course he made his opinion well known just now. Other victims, and here comes Keegan climbing down the steps of the Miami County Courthouse right now. He's on his way.
There is a woman on the wing. There's a woman on the wing. I saw her. There is something they're not telling us.
Is it not that? I don't think it's that one. This
Similar MOs in the area.
Well, we believe that a person that would commit a crime like this with such incredibly evil intent likely has committed that crime before.
Likely has committed
that crime known, he likely will commit it again. And the image that we have to America is, please disregard the face, but look at the body. Because
at one point I wanted to clip all of these fucking pieces together because this fucking guy right here, he in one of the press conferences, he tells the public like this is the sketch. This is the sketch, and we want you just ignore the hat. Ignore the hat. Like the hat doesn't really have to be a big part of it. And just look at the face. Look at the face. And then he changes and he's like, "Well, don't look at the face. Don't look at the face. We don't need you to look at the face. We just want you to look at the way he walks. Look at the way he walks." And then it's like, sketches are not a photograph. But if you put the two sketches together, you'll end up with the right guy.
Because anybody could identify a family member by looking at the body.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm asking.
Can you tell the age of this man?
We can't.
You don't know, and not even a range.
I think a range would be speculative at this point in time. Obviously a grown man.
Mm-hmm. Were there any eyewitnesses to him?
No, there were not.
Other than obviously the girls.
Right.
What do you think? Similar MOs in the area?
Well,
it's time for you guys to start being journalists. It's time for you guys to start being journalists. It's time for you guys to start being journalists.
And I still don't think the fucking journalists became journalists. But, you know, it is what it is. Who Dis is, are those the ones that you wanted me to play, or is there one I'm missing? Those are good ones. So I know one of the wrenches dropped Who Dis's channel. Yeah, still waiting for them. Still waiting for them to be fucking journalists. Like the other day when they were finally talking shit about the media, when the media was talking shit about the media not getting access to certain files and not having access to the audio recordings, I was like, finally somebody wants to talk about it. It's a little fucking late. I don't know why you guys haven't filed more motions to get in there and actually follow through with the public's rights to this information. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, they started to be in journals and then they got their cameras taken away. Oh shit. Okay, let's go back to JLR and see what's happening outside the courtroom.
And then they laid out the opening in about 13 minutes. Wow, Richard Allen's defense spoke for an hour. And they were speaking so long, folks, that Judge Frank Gold kind of told them to hurry up. Wrap this up, wrap this up, wrap this up. Big difference in opening statements between the parties.
Well, you know what's funny? I don't think I saved this screenshot, Gen P, but there was shit. I don't know who gave it to me. Who sent it to me? I don't even remember now. But there was a local who was complaining about the fact that there was like all these quote unquote like YouTubers, podcasters, and people coming from all over the place and traveling and coming in and standing in line, you know, from 8 o'clock last night and taking up the very few seats to the public that the locals weren't even going to be able to get seats to a trial that actually affected them. And I thought that was a very interesting point. You know, that they don't have access to being able to see it. And how many of these people that are traveling there wouldn't travel there if it was just streamed in some capacity? So the locals that the crime actually affects can't even get in because the YouTubers are standing in line at 8:30 at night, you know, the night before.
They spoke for 13 minutes. The other party spoke for over an hour. Does that mean anything? Not necessarily. But it's very interesting because a lot of trials that I covered, and maybe that you covered, the prosecution's the one that usually lasts the longest. The prosecution side of the case usually goes for a while. But in here, it was total opposite. Defense speaks for an hour. Prosecution for less than 15 minutes. 13 minutes. Oh, there goes people leaving. I don't know who's leaving over there, but there's our people leaving. Don't want to zoom in on the jurors. People.
I should tell you guys. So early in the morning, people aren't normally. Not everybody's a big fan of JLR, and if you even know who he is, and I understand it. When JLR actually goes on scene, I really enjoy his coverage, because he's not afraid to ask the questions. He's not afraid to go up to the people and ask the questions. It's how I've always felt about like Turtle Boy in like the Karen Reed case. They don't have that same level of anxiety or fear to stop them from just approaching the situation and asking what they want to ask, whether they get the answer or not. But so in the early hours of this morning, he was actually there when the defense team arrived. And I can show you guys the clip. But he asked the defense team, like, you know, so like what's your strategy, like going into trial today? What's your strategy? And Baldwin says winning. Like that was his answer. Like, our strategy is to fucking win. And then JLR asked him, like, do you think that Richard Allen's getting a fair trial? And Baldwin, or that he'll get a fair trial. And Baldwin says, we're not going to comment on that.
Got in trouble today, got reprimanded. There was people that got kicked out and got their, oh, hear that? That's an escort. That's an escort. That's an escort. Someone got escorted out. Someone got escorted out. Who was it? Yours? Richard Allen? It's not a circus atmosphere out here. It is not a circus atmosphere outside the courthouse, to say the least. More people out when the court is adjourned than there is people on the street normally. Which is very, very interesting. Wait, there goes Richard Allen's defense. I think that is Richard Allen's defense. Possibly.
Is it? That looks like
way down there. That is defense?
No, that looks like a guy in two women.
I think that's his defense. They came in here, this side. So we're out here at the Carroll County Courthouse. Magnolia's going to give us some information shortly when she comes by, so we can get an idea of what exactly was said today. What exactly was said today at the Carroll County Courthouse? JLR investigates. Come on in. It's a nice little gazebo. All right, Magnolia's coming down. Magnolia is coming down.
So I want to see what
with the scoop
Magnolia had to say. And then we'll go over
video.
Donnie Burgess has more to say.
Magnolia, welcome aboard and spin the camera around. Hello, hello. Yo.
What's happening?
Tell us what's going on. And speak a little loud so people are like, hey, you sound far away.
Well, I'm trying to be respectful because there's, there's other people. Yeah.
Were you in there?
Yeah, we all were.
So give us some 411. We're YouTube Live. Tell us
why don't you go? 411.
Yeah, what happened today? Like your take on being in there. Come on in. What's your name?
My name is Jenny.
JLR Investigates. Nice
to meet you.
Magnolia is somebody who I only know Magnolia through JLR, so I don't know if Magnolia has another channel or anything like that. Cryptex. It's just somebody that I know that he was talking to earlier in the day too, that had gone in and was in the courtroom. So let me slow this down to see what they have to say. But like I said, there's a couple of reporters that are now posting about the second part of the day. So, but I want to hear what they had to say.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
You on the Kentucky case.
Oh, the
There
Kentucky
you go.
case, Joseph Couch.
Yep.
The
Yep,
manhunt
Joseph
for
Couch.
Joseph
Yep.
Couch.
Yep.
So, how far were you in?
I wasn't sure if Magnolia was his girlfriend, so I didn't want to go that far. He's not, he's not known for his relationship, so I didn't want to put that out there if it wasn't actually true, and I wasn't sure. So
In line.
We were 19 and 20 in line.
So you got in?
Yeah,
You
about
let-
25 people allowed in.
25. So
Yep.
you were right there.
Yeah.
What time did you get in line?
What time did we get here? About 6, I think.
Well,
About
my daughter, I paid her and her boyfriend to come
That's
and
Julie.
stay from 2 o'clock in the morning.
that's Julie.
And it was freezing.
Yeah.
Oh.
But I stayed up the whole night because I could, people were texting me and I
That's
should have
Julie.
just gone ahead and come.
That's Julie's
Yeah,
voice.
they were probably telling you better get her to get that
Well,
spot.
they kept saying, I kept going back and forth, and I kept saying, forget it. It's, X amount of people in line. And then she's like, oh, well, just go ahead and come.
So Richard Allen today, what was he dressed like? Like what was his demeanor?
Like a plaid shirt.
Yeah, a plaid lavender shirt, and I thought his demeanor. This is the most lucid I guess I've ever seen him, because the first time I ever saw him was at the hearing, the very first hearing here, and I'm sitting in.
You want to come in a little bit so people can see? So yeah, awesome. Thank you.
But the first time I ever saw Richard Allen, he walked right by me. I was 2 people away, and when he walked by, he was just he was small in stature, which
He's so pretty.
He is.
5'4", right?
Yeah. And I had no. I mean, that didn't seem like that was the image that I saw bridge guy, and not because everybody's had this picture in their head, but the picture on the bridge. If you look at the hip, if you look at the shoulder to hip ratio and the hip to knee, and then the knee to ankle ratio, it just didn't seem like it added up. And then you can tell he was obviously on some heavy medication, because he's looking all around. I work in the medical field, so I've seen that before. So fast forward, and today seemed pretty normal.
Was he shaving?
Yeah.
He was clean
Yeah,
shaven.
he was clean cut.
No goatee.
No.
No goatee, haircut. He even was wearing his readers, and I actually.
This is JLR's channel, JLR Investigates. This is JLR right here, Jonathan Lee Riches.
Saw him for the first time really having a good a conversation with his attorneys after it was all over, and they were talking, so it seemed like it wasn't like he just leaning over to whisper. This is the most normal, mentally normal that I've seen him.
Wow.
So yeah, today was just all preliminary stuff. There was not any big aha moment of anything.
No bombshells.
No, and it was.
And you could hardly hear anybody because the PA system wasn't working, so you couldn't really hear what people
Wow,
were
so it's
saying.
hard.
Well, the microphone was, so when the witness was on the stand.
She is on social media, in social media groups. I don't know. I'm not going to say her name if she doesn't, because I don't want to just call her out. But she is a social media follower of the Delphi case.
The microphone was turned this way, and it was facing the jurors, but it wasn't coming across the speakers. And honestly, I mean, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but it was kind of a boring, opener.
That's
And-
other people have told us that. It's kind of like yawning,
And
tired.
I'll tell you how boring it was. One of the jurors on the far end, he was an elderly man, God bless him, but he nodded off. He fell asleep.
Really?
Yeah. And
All right, hold on. We have Julie here in person. We don't need to listen to her on JLR. Julie, what are you doing?
Hi, I'm actually going to go get my car. I had to walk far away because I didn't want to be stuck in that 2-hour towaway zone. And how the heck are you going to get out and get your car moved every 2 hours? Unless, they will tow it away. They have a lot of barricades set up around here. So, how you guys doing?
We're doing good. Hold on, let me turn my camera back on because I want to see your beautiful face.
Oh yeah, look at that. Oh wait, is this what's my daughter say? It's like the sun's starting to set. It's supposed to make you look better, but it's probably just showing all my wrinkles.
I don't know
care.
any of that shit. I'm not good with any of that. So I just come out here. I just come out here acne and all. Like that's just how it goes. So you were able to get into the courtroom. You were what, number 19, number 20-ish in line this morning?
Yeah, we were like I think actually we were 18 and 19. I paid my daughter some hefty fee. to do it for me. But I should have just came myself because I was up all night. I couldn't sleep. People were texting me. I just couldn't go to bed. I was just too anxious about this whole thing. And, you know, it's kind of seems surreal that we're finally here. I was telling is it JLR? Is that the guy's
Yeah,
name?
JLR. We were
Okay.
actually watching JLR, and I heard your voice, and I'm like, "That's Julie."
He's a nice guy.
He is. He's very boots on the ground. He travels everywhere.
Yeah, he's gonna. He said he was gonna cover the last week, which that'll be the more exciting. Right now, you know, today they were just laying the groundwork. There was nothing. There weren't any big aha moments of. There wasn't. It was. It was really boring, you know, because it's to all of us that understand the case and know who's who, and just even the basic details. I kept hearing. I kept hearing one of the family members ahead of me. He kept saying to his wife, "This is boring. I mean, I'm just like, this is putting me to sleep."
Oh, really? Okay, so let me ask you a couple questions then about some of the things that we have heard from earlier today,
Okay.
and see what your take on it is from being in the courtroom. So number one, Baldwin's opening statement where he makes the comment about Richard Allen being his cell phone not being there at 2:15. Can you tell us what was said about that?
They didn't elaborate on that. I've got my notes. Oh my gosh, what I need to do is, are you going to be on later? Because I've got to drive home, but I'll go through all my notes for you.
Okay.
I mean, I know this is it's like the kill, right? You know, I'm killing the moment, right?
You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me.
Killing the moment. Because I took some pretty detailed notes as much as I could, and sometimes I had to put in audible because you could not hear, you know, that you couldn't hear the witnesses, and it almost was it seemed almost purposeful. You know, I was talking to Hannah. She's like, it seems purposeful. The microphone turned.
Was Hannah there today?
Yeah, Hannah was there. Aspen, Marv. I think Marv was the first one that got in.
Yeah, I saw that.
Was up there. People, you know, people that I don't know who they are. They look familiar. Let's see, the one gal that's has a 13 in her name, her screen name. Yeah, I heard her call. I heard her say trash when she walked by. That's about the wildest thing that happened to me today. To me and my friend Jenny. I was like, is she picking up trash? I was like,
that's weird.
No, she didn't look at me or anything, but I heard her mumble it. She meant for me to hear it, but anyhow, yeah. But there was nothing. There was nothing else really super exciting. I hope this doesn't bother you.
Okay, so no, you're good. If you want to, you can tell us about it on your drive, or you can go home and then hop back in. You've got the link. But so tell me who all ended up testifying. So we knew that Becky Patty. Did Derek testify?
Yes,
who was
he
next
did.
after Becky?
Yeah. So after Becky was Kelsey, and really one of the things that it was interesting. Okay, these are the small little discrepancies. I don't get hung up on those at the moment, but I noticed they were talking about. They asked Kelsey about drop. They got to the point where she dropped them off, and at the trail, and then they were asking about the sweatshirts, and he just said, how did she get the sweatshirt? She says, well, she got them out of the bag instead, because I always thought that it was that I made sure I gave them the sweatshirts before she left. Now it was she reached back and she got these sweatshirts. This sweatshirt that was, okay, this is a little hint of things to come, I believe. The sweatshirt, Andy asked, was it a new sweatshirt? Yes, so it hadn't been worn. But then she said right away, but it's been washed, so it could have had a hair on it. So I kind of.
Kelsey said that on the stand?
Yes. Okay, so let me preface this. I believe shortly before that he had been talking about this new evidence that came out. Oh, there's Jenny. Okay. I'm picking up Jenny to take her. I picked her up this morning, but he brought up the fact that there was some new evidence that came out about the hair. I'm live with Teresa right now.
Okay.
Okay. Tell me how to get home. Tell me how to get your house.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I'll go by McDonald's and get
Okay,
a sandwich.
I'll take you to the gas station here. Okay.
Or McDonald's even. It don't matter.
Okay. But anyhow, he brought.
I gotta go to the bathroom. I've been sitting in these seats all day. I gotta go.
You guys, let me just tell you something. Okay, first of all, Carroll County does need to reorganize this. What they should have done is given everybody a number, and unless you have that number that's given out, and there's 24 of them, unless you're holding that number, you don't get in, and then you don't worry about these people standing around fighting. Somebody did cut in line, and there was kind of a big to-do about that. She swore she didn't, but it did cause a little ruckus. There were some people, Andrea Burkhart, I was afraid she wasn't going to get in because this person cut in line. So we did mention it to a couple officers, and then they didn't like the person that was cutting. Her friend didn't like that and was denying it. But they don't give you a break.
Nope, you can't even do a lunch break if you leave.
Well, you get a lunch break, but guess what? If you leave for lunch, you're not going to get back in, because as soon as people went out for lunch. As soon as they went out for lunch, they lined up. So anybody that left, you didn't get back in. So and if you get any water, you have to go to get a drink at the fountain.
No bottle.
So then if you drink, then you have, you can't go out to go to the bathroom, except when they change out the witnesses. So, we're all starving and dehydrated. Yep.
You should go to McDonald's then. At least get something to drink.
I'll let you go on in. If you want to run in, you can. Because I'm not.
Live on Crown Alley right now.
Yeah, I'm not a McDonald's fan. Sorry, I used to be a long time ago.
You can have a soda. Hi, honey. You can have a soda from there, and at least you're not dehydrated. Or do you have a water bottle in the car?
Coke, but I have some good old water. I think.
Okay.
I got you another bottle.
I'm hoping my husband made me a good meal because he's the best cook.
He did.
He did.
Laura Lee.
There's Laura Lee. Should I run to her and see if she wants to talk to you? She's in CBS. Ask her. Wait a second. I got to seriously. Wait. This is gonna be funny. I'm gonna be like JLR. Oh, whatever.
Do it.
Okay. Wait. Wait a second. Wait. I gotta. Wait. Just a second. Wait. Watch this. Wait. Because she's gonna be legal.
Oh.
I'm alive with criminality. And I said, there's Laura Lee. Hey, look, you guys.
Hi, Laura Lee. We love you.
Hey, good to see y'all.
How'd you feel today?
I felt like it was a really good day. It was hard to hear in the afternoon. I was very frustrated.
Yes.
Did anyone else experience that? But
I think that's what a lot of people are saying.
We compiled notes, and I think we got it all. But, yeah.
So lawyer Lee.
Yeah.
Do we expect a live from you this evening?
Yes.
Good.
I'll be going live. I'll be giving you my breakdown of what I think happens today.
So everybody stay tuned.
Perfect.
Stay tuned.
Make sure you guys drop Lawyer Lee's in the chat. Lawyer Lee's channel in the chat.
Yeah,
I think
I'm
most of my
sorry.
people are
Look,
subbing
I just
already,
ran
but
over here. I'm like JLR. Now I'm running after people.
we love your channel, Lawyer Lee. So thank you for being there. Thank you for your coverage and just giving us the insight that you've been able to give us from a lawyer perspective. We appreciate you so very much over here.
Yes.
Thank you. That's really kind. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being a good sport. We'll see you around.
Okay.
All right. Good. Thank you. Bye.
Julie, you're so funny. Who else you got, Julie? Who else you gonna find for us?
Shoot, I should have got Andrea before she left. Because she's like, I gotta catch a flight, but she is gonna do her thing. She is doing her thing tonight too. She's got to go through her notes.
Okay, so who's gonna be there tomorrow then?
A Diet Coke. I'll do a Diet Coke. I don't know, because those were the really good ones that take amazing notes. I know. Aspen is here. Aspen's here like the entire time.
I know.
I mean, he's taking the whole time off. I saw Turbo here with him.
Jinx.
Yeah, I already told her about that one. Who else?
I wrote down a bunch of names.
I don't know all the
Bob.
screen names. Oh yeah, Bob Motta came. And that little turd, he got to sit in the. With the defense because I had somebody to stand in to pay to stand in for him, and now I know why he didn't need it because he got the privileged seat to not have to wait in line and go in.
That's nice.
Joker does
Yeah.
said he wasn't coming.
But no, so after Kelsey.
So let's go back to Kelsey really quick before you move on about the sweatshirt.
Okay, so Andy did bring up the hair a couple times. Like that was in that was in his opening statement, and and this is one thing that he made a really good point on, and that is that they have had this hair for 7 years, and they didn't bother. All they had to do is test, to see if it's if it belongs to any member of the family, or whatever. DNA.
Kelsey's DNA again.
They did. Oh, by the way, they did just take Kelsey's DNA. But he made a point, and this is why I think it's like probably female, is because he said, Your Honor, they could have tested it against the grandma's hair, the mom's hair, the aunt's hair. So if they could have all got given a hair sample, and we may have some further clarification here. But they're hoping that before this is all over, we're going to have that before this case is over, which tells me either they're going to still look into getting some DNA, just give it up.
They supposedly collected Kelsey's DNA though 7 years ago.
They did it again the other day.
They did it. Maybe they took a hair follicle just to be, I don't know.
The hair does have a root.
And it makes sense. What if, people could say it was on a sweatshirt? So, because Kelsey did bring that up then. So after Andy had mentioned the hair, he brought that up recently. He said, we were just talking about he was talking about the sweatshirt. Like when you dropped her off, then what did you say? And they also talked about the discrepancy of what Libby was wearing. And that was the first time I heard Becky actually bring that up. But let me stick with Kelsey. So Andy asked, okay, so when you dropped her off, then what did you do? Did you gave her a sweatshirt? Well, she got the sweatshirt from the back. Out of the trunk. So she said she got it herself.
And it was a newer.
That Libby
got it. Mm-hmm.
The Delphi swimming sweatshirt.
The Delphi swimming. That's the first. Okay, I'll take a little Diet Coke. Thank you. I probably shouldn't drink Diet Coke. It's bad for me. But yeah,
you
and
earned
that's the first. Thank you. That's the first time I've actually ever heard someone admit like the Delphi swimming sweatshirt, because I never heard that specifically over the years when I gave him a hoodie or I gave him a shirt or there was never that specific. I would have thought that by now there might be that specific. I think they're talking about it now because the pictures are out now. We know that's what Abby had on.
Did anybody talk about the jeans?
Yes. So that's when Andy, really, it seemed like more of the information. He's such a kind. His delivery's so smooth. He just makes you feel like like you, even when you're a witness, because you could see that when the family was up there, different members, or when Becky was being kind of, I guess, cross-examined, it didn't feel like cross-examination, but she was prepared for cross-examination because you could tell the look on her face like she's ready to. Okay, you gonna question me, dude? No, you're very nice. I'm not saying anything bad about her. I'm just saying very nice.
We're talking about Becky now, right? Talking about Becky.
Yes, Becky. Yeah, Becky. So Andy has such delivery. He's so good at it that you almost feel like he's like anybody else asking a question, and not like the defense that you're trying to mess me up and make me go a different direction. So he asked about the clothes that what was listed when they put out the bulletin looking for these girls. What was listed, and she said that Abby. They had said that Abby had a tie-dye shirt on and some gray sweatpants.
Libby.
Yeah, Libby. Sorry, excuse me, Libby.
Okay, I do it all the time.
Okay.
So, yeah.
And he said, so when did you realize that that there weren't sweatpants, that she had jeans on? And she said, well, she went up in her bedroom and she later on, and she, after they died, and she's like, well, did she have 2 pair of sweatpants or did she not have these sweatpants? This is before she knew what the clothes were and all that she wore. So she did find the pair of sweatpants that she had, told police that Libby was wearing when she went missing. So that's why she thought that's why she said she did have sweatpants on that morning. But Becky didn't notice, probably because she was working or whatever. She didn't notice that Libby had gone and changed, and she did change indeed into jeans. So
Kelsey didn't see her in jeans when she dropped her off.
They didn't get around to that question.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I confused the chat because I jumped back to Becky Patty, what Becky Patty had to say about the clothes, and the chat's like, okay, wait, are we talking about Kelsey or are we talking about Becky? That was my fault because I wanted to go back to what Becky said about the clothes. So we can go back to the sweatshirts with Kelsey. I'm confused you guys for a hot minute there. The sweatshirts with Kelsey, do they talk about Abby taking a sweatshirt, the gray sweatshirt? Do they say anything about that?
No, as a matter of fact, when they were talking to Anna, they, of course, they said, did you know that Abby went to the bridge? And when did you find out? If she found out when she was missing. So when they asked Kelsey, when I think the defense and probably the prosecution asked when they dropped him off, the defense came back when asked more specific questions about what they were wearing. But he couldn't ask Anna because Anna didn't know. So the two people, I guess Kelsey just focused more on the sweatshirt. And Becky, I think the reason that Andy brought it up to Becky is because, being the adult, the one that, had put it out there, what she was wearing last, they did address that. So I felt a little tiny inkling of, this is just a tiny little beginning of a crescendo of discrepancies that are to come. That's how it felt. Nothing egregious, nothing real big, but something where you could almost see what's kind of heading that way. Now
did Kelsey say that she saw Libby put the sweatshirt on or no? Just that she grabbed the sweatshirt.
She grabbed the sweatshirt. Let me see if I actually. Let me see.
Hi, peeps from Beats. Yeah, I'm wondering. Because I'm wondering if Libby actually ever had the sweatshirt on.
I don't. Let me see. I bet you. I know if they mentioned it, I'll have it in my notes because I took like half of a book of notes here. For what I
You're gonna need one for like every day.
Let me see. Okay, so Anna was third, so it would have been Kelsey.
So after Kelsey, Anna takes the stand.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
And hers was the most, like this case has brought, everybody's very compassionate and, has a lot of empathy. And when she was up there as a mom, Andy, I think it was Andy, or maybe it might have been the prosecution, just asked about, Libby, describe Libby, or excuse me, describe Abby, tell us about Abby, and, what kind of person was she, and she stopped, and she just, she had tears, and she just held herself, and the whole courtroom felt that, because, I mean, actually, I think it was when people weren't even paying attention before, everybody paid attention to that. And, you just felt compassion for the loss of these two girls. She was, everything was very matter of fact, basic, get to know the case, because these are jurors that may not have heard any of this before. And so that's what it was, talking about small town Delphi. They had an officer testify. That was the last guy.
So wait, so Derek did not testify?
He testified. He was next to last. And
Okay, so we have Anna who comes up and just talks about Abby. Do they ask Anna about like what time she was aware that the girls were missing? That kind of stuff. Anything new that we didn't really know about with Anna? There was a comment, and I'm not to confuse the chat, but I want to take it back to Bob says Derek was after Kelsey before Anna.
Derek was after Kelsey before Anna. Okay.
But
okay.
okay.
All right.
So but we know the gist of who is there. So that's good.
Right.
But now I lost what I was going to say. Shit.
What were you talking about? You're right. There's Derek. Derek came on at 2:50. That's right. You got that. Look at Bob's.
Bob's on it.
Correct, man. Right.
Okay. Back to Becky. The question I had real quick, not to confuse the chat, but Becky apparently, according to the reports like on Twitter and whatnot, Becky had stated that they didn't call or get a hold of Anna until after they called the police, which is different than what we've been told through the years of Becky going to Anna's house. What was your interpretation of that based on what Becky testified to and Anna testified to?
To me, that I did notice some of the time discrepancies, but I didn't feel like it's being made a big deal just yet. It might be later. I felt like they're building just really tiny right now. While it's almost like they don't want to go out with this. They don't want to start off like boom and shock the jurors and mess everything up for this case. I thought they did it very well. I thought it went well because they just slowly built on what the case was about, and then they started bringing things forward that were some small time discrepancies. Some of them that may not matter, like Derek. Derek did say that he wasn't out on the trail, and I caught what they were doing. He didn't get out on the trail till 3:25. And
that's the time I said he got to the trail.
Yeah, he said he was sitting in the car. So he said, well, because they're trying to put a time where he saw Dave McCain, and his attorney said, how do you know you saw Dave McCain? And he said, because people told me that's who I saw. Because they said that's who he was. It was like, one of the things that they did, and I'm going to kind of go back. I wanted to tell you the phone number. Did you get the phone number? Hey, Bob, you might even know this.
Yeah, I did.
They asked what Libby's number was, and who was it? Was it Derek? They said 9199. So somebody had asked me that before. What was Libby's phone number? They did talk about the phones. I need to go through and get all my notes. Okay, Derek. First, okay, he said he walked quite a few different places. Okay, so Derek, state your name. Do you live in Delphi? Yes. Did you grow up? Yes. Where did you live in 2017? I lived with my mom and my stepdad and my two daughters. Except he forgot to put Cody in there.
Yeah, he said brother.
Oh, well.
Well, yeah, I know.
I'm confused. I just know Cody as their cousin or it gets me all confused. I just know what he is biologically.
He referred to Cody at one point as brother.
Okay.
Now, for anybody in chat that doesn't know, Cody is Julie's biological nephew. So just anybody who so it kind of gets confusing on the family tree side of things because Cody's adopted by Becky and Mike Patty. So he becomes Cody Patty, but he's Julie's sister's biological son.
He's my nephew, and it's weird that Kelsey referred to. See, Andy Baldwin referred to Cody as, so you were out there with your cousin, and she said, no, my uncle Cody.
That's so. Here's my thing. When if you're a family member and you adopt somebody, your own family member's children, and you've always been aunt and uncle, that's what I'm used to. So
Yeah.
it's weird that you change what the truth of that is. You're still, you're still aunt and uncle. We adopted you, but I'm still your aunt and uncle. Like, so what they
Right.
did was
I think
they
it's
changed.
tough. It's tougher from a perspective of like a Kelsey who was a kid and then only becomes like an uncle. And that's not. It wasn't really. I didn't mean to sidetrack the conversation. But I just wanted to give a little bit of perspective on why it was weird on how he's being referred to, because other people would be like, "What do you mean?"
Yeah. Look at this. I haven't had anything from McDonald's since I was like 15. I got a big old Coke. I got a big Diet Coke. Oh my God. Okay, that tastes
You
good.
told her to give me a little Diet Coke, and she goes like, "Nuh-uh, you're getting a whole big one."
She got me the big one.
They were all the same price, so I thought, what the heck, you might as well get a large one, and they're Cold Cup, so
Yeah.
you can reuse it.
Okay, let's see if I could go through my notes. Did you have a full? This says did you have a full-time job? No,
Who are
no
we talking to? Derek?
Derek, yeah, Derek. And this is the prosecution. Okay, talking to Derek. This was at 2:50 p.m. Did you have a full-time job? No full-time job. One of the jobs I've been doing was work for my mom for her business, her home business. And he said, and she said, like taking photos. Yes, I've been taking photos of houses. I did and what else? What other kind of things would you do? He goes, well, I did a lot of running for Libby. That was kind of a funny moment. Like she was always I had to take her to sports, take her here, band, volleyball, softball. And then he said sometimes she would want me to take her food before a game, or she'd have time to, which I can't even read my reading. So she would just say, Dad, I need this or knew that. So, how did she communicate? He said by text. Like he asked about Snapchat. He said, no, I didn't do Snapchat. I did text. So like more than anything, if she call you, your regular way of communicating was texting.
Yeah, they asked if he ever called, and he said no because the phone hardly worked.
The phone hardly worked, so they did texting. Are you
Libby's phone hardly worked?
No, his phone. His phone.
Or his phone hardly worked. Okay.
Yeah. So and then says, are you familiar with Abby? That Abby stayed all night. And he said yes. Was that him saying that? He said, yeah, I picked her up. I picked her up.
I found that.
I picked her up. I didn't know that. He said the night before I picked Libby up the night before because she had stayed all night at a friend's house, and then I went and picked up Abby, and then they were talking in the back seat and said, can she stay all night? And then so he picked Abby up. Yep. Then they started talking about what do you remember when she stayed all night? He's like, well, they were up late. I do remember I made breakfast. He said, but banana pancakes. And something about Libby. Libby was painting a desk or something that was out in the garage, wasn't it?
Yeah, in her room, I think.
Okay, she had a desk that she was working on. And I remember talking to Becky a long time ago, and she told me that. Then they asked, do you remember? Okay, so when you before you got the call to ask if you would be able to pick up Libby, what time did you leave the house? He said at 1:20. So she said, when you left the house, you did not expect that you would be picking up Libby and Abby. You had no idea. He said that was correct. When did you realize that Libby needed you to pick her up and have a ride home from the bridge? He said halfway to Frankfurt, she called me. And he said, I did tell her it was going to be a little while because I had 18 pictures of houses that I had to take, so it would be a while. Yeah. And then he said that when he went to the Monon High Bridge,
he passed the Harvest store.
Yeah, he says he said not before he got there because he said he went the back way, but he passed the Harvest store after. Right? When you came back to get them, did you pass the Hoosier Harvest store? He goes, no, I came from the other direction. So I don't know.
So he's coming from eastbound and doesn't get to the Hoosier Harvest store yet, and he pulls into the Mears parking lot. That makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It does, because that's kind of the way they drive anyhow. So you had not been on the walking path or the railroad before? No. Tell us, what did you what did? Let's see.
Did
Tell
they
us
ask
what
him
you.
what kind of car or what color his car was or anything about his vehicle?
Not his vehicle, but they did ask Kelsey about her vehicle a couple times. They asked Becky about the vehicle, and then what the make, and then they asked Kelsey about it. It was like a white Mazda.
Yeah, Kelsey was driving a white
Yeah,
Mazda.
I
It
knew
looked
that
to
one.
me like an Oldsmobile if you look at the. I don't know.
Okay, so let's go back to Derek. So he says I get there and
And
so
they
far,
said it's kind of boring, right? Were the
no,
other
but
cars?
so far it's everything that it's not boring because it's actually matching what we've known for 7 years versus contradicting it. We knew that he got the phone call. We knew that it was gonna be a while. We knew that he was gonna head back and he'd let them know when he was on his way, which he does. Okay.
311, he'd text them from over by the other bridge that which bridge is that? The one down from there.
The Wilson Bridge?
Yeah, he texts from there.
He let him know he's going to be there in a few minutes. 311 and 313.
Yep.
It said, okay. It says, okay. When you got there, were other cars parked there? Yes. So when you got there, there was no answer. Correct. He said, I ran into somebody at the trailhead. Do you know who the guy was that you ran into? Yes, Dave McCain. And this is prosecution asking him this. How did you know that? He said somebody said it was Dave McCain.
He didn't know at the time, but later found out that it was Dave McCain.
He said he doesn't personally know Dave.
That's how he became flannel shirt guy, was because Derek originally had explained to the public or to the, as it was released to the public, that the guy he talked to was wearing a flannel shirt, and that's how he became flannel shirt guy.
They didn't ask him to describe the guy, though.
And when me and Greeno and Kat were out there shortly after this happened.
You want to be on film?
No.
Okay.
Shortly after when all this happened, me and Michael, Kat, and Greeno went out there, and Dave McCain, and I have video of him. We got there, and he come walking up, and he told us we couldn't go down the bridge. And so we just went ahead and walked, and he followed us, and he stayed.
Oh. We lost her. We lost her. Julie. Let's see if we get her back. All right. Oh, well, wait a second. Hey, Bear Jew, what's up? Let me see. Let me see what you guys are saying in chat. She said, I will email that stuff out because everyone here isn't reporters. I don't know what that update is yet. So, Heavy Metal Rehab, what's up? All right. Looks like there's a reconnection happening. I saw a little circle of death. A Delphi Twilight has struck Julie. So Goal has told the media they are not allowed to photograph the defendant, judge, or jurors, but not allowed to photograph the judge or the defendant. All due respect, blow me. I mean, they set up these little tiny tents around the courthouse so that the judge and that Richard Allen wouldn't be hit by media. But I think it's weird that they don't want the media to see Richard Allen in normal attire. But they had no problem ever putting that distinction before when he was shackled. Like, it was okay that the public saw him shackled, but not as in normal regular attire. So we'll see if she makes it back. There's a new. Okay, so let's look at some other updates real quick while we see if Julie can get reconnected. And I know that a couple people just messaged me, so I'm gonna go in here and check and see. I'm also interested. I want to know more from what Julie was talking about with Cody, because there was a whole thing about that Cody wasn't actually in town. So I'm curious about that. And that was just, back and forth in social media. So the sketch from the courtroom. Okay, let me see this. Oh, are you back? Oh, I heard a little something. Ah, there you are.
Okay, we got back on.
Okay.
I noticed something very cool.
Hang on. Just hey Teresa,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, we want to. Well, I'm sorry, it went dead because everybody's calling me. But
Of course they
I
are.
think am I? Oh, of course they are.
Anna said that she was the one that ended up taking the girls over there. At what?
When on the stand?
Yeah, she said on the stand that she's the one that took the girls over. That the girls were with her on.
Must have been another day. I'll keep to one subject here. I want to finish this one.
Okay.
He said, he called mom. He said that when he went back, so he said he walked down, didn't see anybody, and they did end up pulling a big board out because they're
We lost her again. All right, we'll see what happens. She may have to just reconnect at home. Okay, so this was first courtroom sketch for Delphi double murders trial here in Carroll County. There you are.
Gosh, I'm sorry.
It's
sorry.
okay.
I told my daughter. She's calling me like 3 times. I apologize.
No, she just wants to make sure you're okay, probably.
Yeah, she did me a big favor this morning. So he said that while he was sitting there. So I want you guys to think about something. This is I put a little star here. So he gets out of he says he's walking and he's at the trail split about 3:25 and he sees Dave McCain. Okay, I want you to keep that time in mind.
3:25.
Yeah, he says 2 kids pulled up, and it was a male and female, and they walked to the high bridge. Okay, so he said then when he did get back out of his car later, he did walk down there, and I want to know. The question is, were those 2 people? Was that Daniel Pearson and Shelby? Because they were sitting on the platform. He said. And but the time's all off though. Then the time's all off because Daniel Pearson got a phone call at 3:19 from his mom while he was sitting on the platform.
They didn't do a lot of the
Right.
timeline either.
Yeah, the timeline. They didn't do anything about times and timelines. No, it was just in general. And I thought, well, maybe they're going to really get into it. So he said the 2 kids were sitting on the platform. He said boy and girl, but I don't know, what he
Derek
considers
says.
boy.
Wait, Derek says he saw them sitting on the platform.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And then they said who from your family came first? He said Cody and Kelsey. And that they
I gotta stop you real quick there. He said Cody and Kelsey came first to the bridge.
yeah, from the family. Who is it who is it from your family that arrived? Cody and Kelsey. Brief combo. He had a brief combo with Cody and Kelsey.
Discrepancies.
Yeah, and they were going across the bridge, and he goes, when they were going across the bridge, I went back to my car.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and Becky
Becky
also said that her, Tara, and Cody all left at the same time.
So then they said, this is from the prosecution. That's why I'm like, this is not making everything that I believe. I mean, I believed. I mean, he seemed very believable to me. I didn't think he's hiding it. It was very matter of fact. But something's wrong with the timeline.
That doesn't make sense. Kelsey's getting the phone calls from grandma at this time, and she's missing the phone calls, and the phone's plugged in because she's getting ready to go to work. Kelsey isn't showing up with Cody. Cody shows up with Becky. Cody supposedly shows up with Becky, Patty, and with Tara.
Cody, Becky, and Tara went at the same time. She said.
Says, who's it from your family? It's Cody and Kelsey. They said I had a brief conversation with Cody and Kelsey, and they were going across the bridge. And then I went back to my car, and then they said, the prosecutor said, did you see your mom and Mike Patty at the trail? Mom pulled up and went across the road. Went across the road at the mirrors because there was already cars there, and she went across there to talk to AT&T, and that's when Mike pulled up. So this is how the chronological story is going.
Yep. Nothing like they told.
And then it says, and then after it says, he said 2 other people came. One was on a moped.
Yep.
And an ATM.
ATV.
ATV, okay. Oh, it's ATM. ATV. And then it says, after the sister pulled up, did you go back on the trail? He said, yes. And then they went right into, when you made it to the station, was it still light out? He said, yes. And then he said he walked back to the Monon High Bridge and searched to the left. And that's, he did an example on the board. And he said he used a flashlight. He said, if Cody was searching, what was that answer to that?
He had said that when he first got there, when he went back to his car, he was sitting in the car with Tara, and then
he said he testified that he was sitting in the car with Tara.
Yeah, he said that he was and when he went down the 505, he come back up, he went towards the bridge, and when he came back, he got in the car with Tara for 15 minutes, and then
Which is when Cheyenne sees him.
She had better notes than me on that one.
Yeah, and then he ends up saying that him and Cody end up going to the police station, and then they drove back, and then they went out and they started looking for the girls. Him and Cody were together at that time.
They said, how much could you, they asked about him searching. And when he started searching, when it got darker, he said, how much could you see in front of you? He said it was really dark. He said about 10 feet. This is when I think the defense was coming in. On the 13th, did you see any flashlights over what he was alluding to over by the crime scene area? Like he told there was a ton, is what he mentioned, a ton of searchers out there.
He was on the crime scene area, and that's what on Anna's or
Andy
side.
Andy said, isn't that, remember you told me there was a ton. He goes, I don't know a ton, but he said lots of people with flashlights out there. Well, yeah, I think they were trying to establish that all these people are all over that place and they're not finding anything.
Okay, hold on. So Derek says that after that, when he's searching now later at night, does he give a time frame of when this search that he's searching later at night with the flashlight is?
I wrote down time. It was he said between 10, 11, and 12, they were out there searching the woods with flashlights. It was between 10, 11, and 12.
Yeah, I got that too.
On the other side by Kay's.
Yes.
They were on bridge side or on crime scene side?
They were on crime scene side. He was on the crime scene side the whole time. He searched the whole area on the crime scene side, and Kelsey and Cody went over towards Kay's side.
I don't think he went. Okay, so you know how there's that north side. So instead of crossing the bridge to go to the south side, you can go around this way. He walked that area. He didn't say he walked down that ravine though. Down that ravine, where the crime scene was.
But he didn't walk all the way to the crime scene. He stopped before he got there. He was just on that other trail on the side.
Yes.
Yeah, on the left side, he didn't go down the ravine, but he stopped right there and then turned around and went back.
Okay, he said, so they asked him questions about the next day. So what happened the next day? So on the 14th.
When did he go home?
They said earlier that everybody went home at 2:00. That was what Becky.
He didn't say that.
He didn't say what time. But we know that from earlier from them questioning Becky. Becky brought the 2:00 thing up.
2 a.m. They went home at 2 a.m.
Yes. I'll go back to all my notes.
They got back.
I got a bunch of notes.
Any of these notes that you guys want to send to me or to Sleuthy, because Sleuthy can shorthand it like super fast into type notes. Send them.
You won't be
because
able to read my writing.
bullshit.
Sleuthy
can read everything.
Oh my god.
Yeah, send them if you can send them. Send them.
Oh my god, I got like half a book full of them. Yeah. Okay. Well, we have an hour drive to go home. And I haven't talked with any of my family all day. So
Yeah, you need to do that. I'll
be connected back with you. I got lots of notes, and Jenny took some good notes. So
and she can let you know who I am for sure on everything.
I know who you are. I already know who you are. I didn't tell the crew who you were on here because I didn't know if you wanted them to know. But I know who you are.
Live like everybody live.
Yeah.
Live. Okay.
Yeah, we're live.
Out there because guess what? Look, right as soon as we come out, there is this picture floating.
Oh, who's that?
Me.
Oh, you're out there? Am I there?
That's
Yeah, I saw you outside.
Oh, you saw me outside?
I was out there with Kathy Allen's dad. And
Oh
mom.
dear. Okay, well, thanks
Oh,
everybody.
hold on. Key question before you guys go. So two things actually. Sleuthy is a she does scribe work for surgeons, so she can absolutely read your handwriting. So don't even worry about that. But second, was Richard Allen's daughter in the courtroom today?
No.
Nope.
Mom, dad.
His mom is that his dad or stepdad?
It's his adopted dad actually. So.
Yeah, his dad, his mom, and Kathy were there, and that was it.
She was very kind. She was kind of emotional. So it was just those three, and then of course Bob got to slip in with the D. He got the lucky ticket.
Is there any chance that you guys are you guys sure that his daughter wasn't there? Some people have reported that she was there.
If she was there at the first half. She wasn't there at the second half, because the first half we were over on the family side towards the back, and then when we went in after lunch, we were on the defense side right behind Bob and Kathy and them.
There's a gal that I could see could be very easily mistaken for his daughter that I have seen there before.
There was a chick there with
I would almost say, well, kind of, but no, there's another gal that I would almost say, wow, you think it was her. Because if their daughter was there, that, I mean, I was over there talking with one of the investigators, and Kathy, and Kathy just recognized me, and because we've talked before. So I was just kind of, giving her some moral support, and her mom was standing there, and, when they went out, it was just her and her mom, and they were going to.
There's another female that was with them, an older lady. Was that? Does anybody know if that was?
That's one of the investigators. There was actually two, and one of them. You're talking about Lead with Love.
The short, dark.
Yes.
No, blonde.
She's so nice.
Lead with Love is very sweet. She's a sweetheart.
She's lovely. She's been on a lot of I guess she's been on a lot of cases. She came all the way from California. Very, very nice, and she was hanging with them. And then there was two of the investigators. Yeah, she's tiny.
Yeah, that's not the lady that was in the video. The lady in the video is a blonde. I know.
Blonde.
Yeah.
Okay, that's Erica. That's Erica. That's the investigator. Yeah,
the blonde.
That's Erica.
Yeah.
That's Erica. Very, very, very nice. Part of the defense team. Nice people.
Okay, so you guys go drive home. Get back on here if you want to, and Jenny, you're obviously always welcome to. So if you guys want to pop back on, just let me know, or you've already got the link, and you can share it with Jenny if you want to.
Okay.
And we're going to go through just some other notes from reporters and whatnot until we hear back from you. We're kind of doing an all-day thing while we get all the info as we can.
Come back tomorrow to get my hat.
Okay. What? Okay.
Are either of you planning on being in court tomorrow?
We don't know yet.
That's yet to be determined. It's brutal.
Now we do know at lunchtime we can go in, and we could be there even at noon and stand in line when they go to lunch and get in, as long as we're in the first 25.
I think that you guys could totally make it work and be there tomorrow for the entire thing and write some notes.
Probably could. See, I'm off. I have Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday off. I have to work Thursday. Then I have Friday and Saturday off again.
You could absolutely, hook us up for some info tomorrow.
Okay. Yes. I'll look into it. I got to see what my daughter's willing to do, because I don't want to. Oh my! It's brutal. People are worn out having to camp. I mean, literally, Hannah Shakespeare and Aspen and Tom Webster. They were just like some of the others. They were laying on the ground. They were there before midnight last night and stayed all night, and it was freezing. I think it was literally freezing out. It was terrible. And can you imagine going all night? You get no sleep. You're freezing, and then you spend another how many hours in the courtroom? It was awful. It is awful.
What time do you think that people needed to be there to be part of the 24?
I can't tell the secret.
Okay.
We wouldn't be able to get in if we did that.
That's
Everybody
fair.
will be like, okay. But I did hear of several people that can't go tomorrow because of, you know, their work schedule. And then some people don't really want to go. They really want to wait until they get into the meat of everything.
The middle of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then obviously everybody's going to come for the
Towards the end, the last week.
you know, my
That's
brain's
gonna be
dead.
tough.
Yeah, for
Well,
the
well, that's going to be tough because now they're saying instead of 4 weeks, they might be able to wrap it up in 3, which would mean that my scheduled trip out there would be the last.
here,
Would
I'm
be
going
the
to show you
last.
guys. Can I show you? There's the courthouse, and there's the tent over there. I don't know if you can see
59,
it.
13, and 8.
There's the tent there. Can you guys see?
Mm-hmm.
There's some of the news, but you can see the tent right there. Oh, you guys heard the big news, right? The NBC News, like
Yes.
Bam.
all these, they were taking pictures of the jurors and everything. I do have a pretty darn good description of all of them because I looked at every one of them and kind of.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me on here anyway.
I won't. I just made my little note.
Because then we'll get accused of trying to figure out who they all are and stalking.
No, you
jurors
know
and
what?
everything
I
else.
have no desire to, and I wouldn't
Yeah.
want to oust anybody.
But they are watching for the trolls.
I'll tell you the reason I made notes.
Well, you
The
should be.
only-
If you're in the courtroom, you should be looking at it. I just don't want to publicize it, and you can totally tell me in private. I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
I just
no,
don't want to
I will.
publicize it because people will be like, "You're telling everybody about the jurors." But
Oh,
you're
no,
driving.
absolutely.
I need to let you go. I want you to be safe. Go drive home.
I will.
Come back when you're done.
One last thing. I don't want anybody thinking I was trying to oust the jurors or anything like that.
No,
What I want
no.
to tell you is, the reason I was making notes about them is because I want people to get an idea of the type of character, quality.
Yep.
You know, it's a good mix. That's all that I wanted to do. Because I
Yeah.
have no clue who these people are, and you know, it's going to be a tough road ahead. So, all right, you guys. Hey, we'll talk
right,
to you
come
later.
back. Okay,
Thank
see you
you.
in a little bit.
Okay. All right. Bye bye.
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 Oh my gosh, it's like fucking chaos. I don't even know what we just listened to. Like my mind hurts on some of that stuff. All right, let's see what we got for updates. Ask her where she got those shades, T. Ask her where she got those shades. All right, let's pull back up the rest of the internet. God, can you imagine it's gonna be like this every fucking day for the next 4 weeks? Oh my God. My head hurts already. All right. Okay. So this was the sketch from the courtroom. This is very interesting. I don't even have words. All right. So let's get out of this one. Let's go back to Twitter and we'll see what Burgess has to say. See what Burgess had. And and hi Grizz and hi Dietz and hi HCC. I know you guys all popped in when I was listening to Julie and it was kind of chaotic. So, okay. Does he add it to the mega thread or did he start a new one? Let me see. Okay, let's see. Somebody asked if Ari's daughter was in court. I think he may have started a new one. So let's just go back over here. It says, any questions, ask away. He'll try to answer them tonight if you guys want to pop over there and ask any questions. Said, interesting thoughts before he leaves Delphi. I talked with the media and the police around the courthouse this afternoon about the lack of actual circus or craziness around town. We were all somewhat surprised. The town was chill. Not too many media, not too many people in the lines. Says, I went to a pub in town for lunch and they called in their whole staff, anticipating a rush of people. That didn't happen at all today. So all these people were brought into the restaurants. Oh shit. I wonder what pub he went to. Wonder if it, because a couple of the family members actually work at some of the local places like that. Attendance from media will definitely die down after day one. I don't know about attendance from the media, but attendance from some of the other people will die down. This means lots more seating for the public. The media, there's only 12 seats for the media, and she's not going to give those seats up to the public. So, and I think that I think that we'll have 12 people from the media there every day. I believe that. Delphi truly is the definition of small town America. One of the waitresses at the pub has daughters that stayed the night with Libby. That stayed the night with Libby about 2 nights before the murders. Says, I went to Dairy Queen for a blizzard. It was hot, sue me. And who would serve me but Libby's uncle? What? Libby's uncle, who thanked me for not bothering the family while all on the 3rd floor of the courthouse. We were all on the 3rd floor of the courthouse waiting to be let inside. Just some, what? Libby's uncle, who thanked me for not bothering the family while we were all on the 3rd floor of the courthouse waiting to be let inside. So he was at the courthouse and then left. Just some last minute thoughts. About to hit the road for a long drive back to Indy. Okay. And then, like I said, any questions, you can go there. Not to bother the family. Like, what does that mean? I don't even understand what that means. That doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. Libby's uncle served him at Dairy Queen and said and thanked him for not bothering the family. Libby has uncles. Yeah, Libby has uncles, but I'm just confused on what. So was the family was this uncle at the courthouse at one point? But I guess, I mean, it really doesn't matter. I'm like, my brain is just so far into like overthinking at this point that I need to let go of the little shit, because now I'm like, what the fuck's going on at Dairy Queen? I need to let it go. All right, let's go back over, see what else. Did he talk to the media?
Piece of paper. No comment.
With them. And why did we come back? We came back to a different thing. But anyway, can you all hear us? Can you all hear us here? Yes, they can hear us.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was thinking.
So anything else to add, Magnolia?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that I don't think right now anyone can say with certainty what happened here. And that's unfortunate, because you would think by the time you get to trial, you would have a confident explanation of what happened to these 2 girls. And I just don't see it so far. I don't see confidence in the prosecution's case right now. Not yet, anyway.
Very, very interesting. Well, this is, we're venturing off, right? We decided to make the choice to venture off. So I'm sure there's people out there that will still be attending the trial. You want to get details with them. We're following this case, and we do plan to come back at the back end of the trial. It's a long month. Mm-hmm. It's a long month. I have numerous props. That's why I titled the video. What did I title the video?
Worst trial ever.
Worst trial ever. And the reason why I titled it.
It's also interesting because JLR is, I'd have to go back and double check, and somebody who watches more consistently than me, but I'm pretty sure when he started covering Delphi with Richard Allen's arrest, he believed that Richard Allen was the guy too. So he's now saying like worst trial ever. Let's see.
The title together, worst trial ever. It is, to me, one of the most restrictive, secretive, botched type cases we've ever seen. And I'm not saying Richard Allen's innocent.
Yeah.
Because I still think they got the guy. But it's just mishaps after just all types of things. Just things across the board. Even him being in restrictive housing in a maximum security prison before conviction seems a little unconstitutional.
This is all I ask people to think about, whether you think he's guilty or not. Like, not just pay attention to the shit that's still going wrong. And so, I mean, JLR, I think he's got the right guy, but I'm paying attention to the shit that the investigators did that
that are taking pictures on the street. Seems a little like she's the authority, like she's the boss lady, like she like is running the show, but it's like seems like you're overstepping your boundaries. Sounds a lot of unconstitutional things. Plus, we asked the defense this morning, do you think your client will get a fair trial? And guess what they said?
No comment.
No comment. Shows me they probably think he's not going to get a fair trial.
Yeah.
The odds are against him. But yeah, there's a lot of things wrong with this case all across the board. Just the handling of the case, again, getting rid of evidence, hiding evidence.
Yeah, it's all very suspicious, but you know, we finally have arrived at the trial, and it's nearly impossible for there to be adequate coverage of the trial because you are really going by word of mouth. That is how these updates are coming out. No one's in there making clips, videos, audio recordings, nothing like that. So what you're hearing from us, from every media outlet that there is all coming from someone's brain writing the words on a piece of paper and then relaying it to the journalist that's doing the report. That's how all these updates are coming out, which is completely ridiculous. It's like we're in the Stone Age. It's 2024. There's no reason whatsoever that at a minimum they don't have closed circuit cameras in there, an overflow room with journalists allowed at least one device to take notes, live tweet updates, whatever it is that they need to do. There is no reason for this case to be handled in complete darkness. Absolutely none whatsoever. And I think being here today proved that because there's no issues out here. It's not as if Delphi is overrun by all these wackadoodle TikTokers and crazy people.
No.
That's not happening.
Wackadoodle
That is
TikTokers.
just simply not happening.
Misty, thank you.
You had a total of like 50 people who lined up overnight to get in. Only about 20 of them got in. No one threw a fit. There was no altercations.
No disruptions.
No, it's boring. Like no one showed up. There's no one here. There's honestly no one here. There's the media that we've been showing you. You know, it's like a handful of local media and I think a couple of national media.
Court TV, News
but they're
Nation.
just not really sending people here is the thing. They're not really wasting their resources to set up like they normally would for a big trial. You know, because normally, like with Murdoch, you had Court TV, they literally had a house set up. They had a little tiny house set up. They had a whole center of operations. Everybody was doing their thing. That's just not the way it is here. You have like a handful of media, and they're also relying on word of mouth, people that are inside the courtroom to get their updates. So, you know, you might notice some discrepancy from updates. Like someone might say he's wearing a lavender shirt. Someone else might say it's a pink and white
All right, let's see what else we got.
pattern shirt. Someone else might call
So,
it plaid. Guess what?
DLR says they're leaving and they're going to come back towards the end of trial. So let's take a look at what the news is
Good
saying.
afternoon. We want to get straight to new developments out of Carroll County from the Delphi Murders trial. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Felicia Lawrence.
And I'm Dustin Grove. Day one about to wrap up. It's been a full one from opening statements to the prosecution's first witness taking the stand. We have team coverage inside and outside the courtroom.
And we actually start this afternoon with Anne-Marie Tiernan. She is live in Delphi. Anne-Marie, can you fill us in on what you've learned?
Well, good afternoon to both of you. We're live outside the Carroll County Courthouse. We are in downtown Delphi, and this is a day that many people thought would never come. So many delays to get.
Sleuthie, is that not the same article I already read? Is that a different article? I thought I read this one. Did I not read this one? It looks very similar. She's like, no, you didn't fucking read this one. I knew you were going to say that. Okay, I'll watch this one and then we'll go back to that article.
Get to this point, but finally underway today, the trial with opening statements. Bob Siegel was in the courtroom as family members from the victims testified today. Here's his report.
No.
The jury is going to have a lot to consider.
What the hell was the point of her even talking?
That is extremely clear after just a few hours here into day one of this trial. Here is what's happened so far. The judge started out by giving the jury its instructions. Then we heard opening statements from the prosecutor and defense, and now we're on to witnesses as the state goes first in presenting its case. During opening statements, prosecutor Nick McLeland told the jury they're going to see gruesome photos of the crime scene where the girls' bodies were found. They'll hear from witnesses who will place Richard Allen at the crime scene, and they'll hear Richard Allen's confessions about the murders, confessions that the prosecutor says only the killer would know. He told the jury the last face the girls saw before their throats were slit was Richard Allen's face. Then the jury heard a very different story during the defense's opening statement. They called the state's investigation into Richard Allen messed up from the beginning, telling jurors Richard Allen is truly innocent. There is reasonable doubt. And attorney Andrew Baldwin told the jury when they hear evidence about phone data.
Okay, I just have a little complaint. Why does that look so fucking dirty? Why did they do that? I'm like, what is on my screen? But then I looked at this screen, like, why does it? That's just stupid.
Involving Libby German's cell phone. He said the state's case is going to fall apart before your very eyes. Then we heard from our first witness, Becky Patty, the grandmother of Libby
Said Nick's case is going to fall apart before your very eyes.
German. She explained how Libby and Abby were best friends who had a sleepover at her house the night before the murders, how the girls did not show up after their visit to the Monon High Bridge, and then the frantic search that took place. She held back tears as she told the jury, we called, we kept calling, and kept calling her granddaughter without any success. Then she broke down into tears, recalling for the jury when she learned that her granddaughter's body had been found. She said, I couldn't understand why they weren't taking me to her. And then I saw the coroner's van drive by, and that's when I realized they were not alive. Emotional testimony right out of the gate here on day one of the trial. The jury has been listening very intently. Richard Allen has been taking notes throughout the testimony. We are going to have much more for you and more on the witnesses here this afternoon. Coming up on 13 News at 5 in Delphi. Bob Siegel, 13 News.
Thank you so much, Bob. Now, Libby German's sister and her father have also testified today, and we expect that Abby Williams' mother will take the witness stand as well today. So more of that testimony as our coverage continues. Now, a couple of house cleaning items and some issues that have happened outside of the courthouse today. One thing, the judge took away the cameras for 3 media organizations, 1 video camera and 2 still cameras. She told the court that they violated her decorum order. Well, what's this all about? There was a bus, a charter bus that was bringing the jurors here to the courthouse today from the hotel in Lafayette, and those cameras were rolling. Police collected those cameras and said they didn't want in any way for there to be any identification of the people that were on that transport. So how those organizations are going to proceed moving forward and trying to get that gear back in coverage is something that we're going to be watching. Also, one of the very first rulings today dealt with those sketches that we have been looking at for years. And they came from police artists who said, this is what witnesses said that the suspect in this case looked like. So the ruling this morning was that those sketches would not be allowed in the trial. And it was really interesting for me today, as I was going around town today, talking to people here about how these different versions of these sketches that we have looked at for 7 years have really had an impact on those here in the community. Families that say that maybe they were considered perhaps to be suspect. These are also people that are wanting to support the families with a seat in the courtroom. One of the people that I talked to today is a woman who is linked to a Facebook page that has been following this case very closely from the beginning. Here's what she said about the sketches and those scarce seats.
Jesus fuck.
But the community should not be picking up beating. Early on, you've seen them match that sketch up with every man that lived in this county. And it's time that their community get to heal with the family. And justice is one way of healing. But if they can't see it with transparency, even 10 members, allow 10 members of the community of Carroll County in that courtroom. Give them 10 chairs, give them 5 at least. Let them come in and see what's going on.
Oh, Jesus fuck.
So just to break it down for you, to be clear, there are 72 seats in the courtroom. 30 of them are for the families directly affected by the case, 12 for media. And access to the trial is very important to people that live here. They know these families, they want to support them. There were people that lined up overnight to get these seats, and they feel like at this first day that these are seats that are going to outsiders, and they don't like that, and they're pushing back. That's the latest from Delphi. I'm Anne Marie.
They're pushing back. They're pushing back. That she's from social media. I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna keep my fucking mouth shut because that's just gonna be a whole nother. Okay, I'm gonna read this. I'm gonna read the article Sleuthy wants me to read because otherwise I'm gonna end up into commentary that I don't necessarily enjoy going into. But I feel chat feels me. They feel me. Okay, so this is from Fox 59. Delphi opening statements have wrapped up in the Delphi case with the prosecution and defense revealing their respective strategies to the jurors. Richard Allen faces 4 counts of murder, blah, blah, blah. The case went unsolved for years, blah, blah, blah. He's been in custody since then. The case at the center of a tense legal battle involving the defense, prosecution, and Judge Frank Gohl. That's pretty sad that you would have to write that. The case being at the center of a tense legal battle that involves Judge Gohl. Like, what? Whatever. Jury selection wrapped up on Tuesday. Prosecutor's opening statement. During opening statements, prosecutor Nick McClellan maintained that Allen is the bridge guy seen on Libby German's phone. He said Allen stalked the girls and killed them. Abby and Libby, McClellan said, were walking on the Monon High Bridge, a quote-unquote rite of passage for young people who live in the area. They posted photos on Snapchat and then noticed a man following them on February 13th, 2017. The weather was atypically warm for February. Gosh darn it. The man says, guys down the hill, before Libby's video cut off. A frantic search followed for the girls, who were then found dead on February 14, 2017. 13-year-old Abby, 14-year-old Libby. McClellan said the jury will see graphic photos of the crime scene. The girls' throats were cut. Libby was nude and covered in blood. Abby was wearing Libby's clothes, and her throat had also been slit. The remaining clothes were found in Deer Creek. Libby's phone, this has got to be a typo. I'd be curious if anybody else heard this that was in the courtroom. Libby's phone and shoes, plural, were under Abby. We've always just heard one shoe, the other shoe to be found in the creek. So I'm assuming this is a typo. Keep an eye out or ear out if anybody else has anything to say about that. According to McClellan, Allen confessed to details only the killer would know. He also said Allen matches the description of a man seen on the Monon High Bridge minutes before the girls were abducted and killed. Interesting, because the sketch does not actually resemble him, does not match him, and you don't want to use the sketch. He brought up an unspent bullet found at the scene and said it matched a gun owned by Allen. Allen admitted being on the bridge during a 2017 interview. When investigators brought him in for a second interview, he had no explanation for why he was in the area. He just freaking wanted to walk? Did they, what? Yeah, I don't have a reason to be there. I just wanted to be there. McClellan said Allen planned to, quote unquote, have his way with the girls, but was interrupted and then killed them. Hey, MBE, good to see you. McClellan told the court that Allen admitted to the crimes to his wife and mother, with those confessions being unprovoked and freely, knowingly made. He also said witnesses will testify that they spotted a man wearing clothes matching Allen's and walking with, hold on a second. What? Hold on. He said, shit, I just knocked my soda over. Witnesses will testify that they spotted a man wearing clothes matching Richard Allen's clothes. That is, I'm curious if that's how it's worded. This is like, I'm just going to get so fucking mad that I can't watch this damn trial, because that does not make sense. Matching Richard Allen's clothes? And walking with muddy or bloody stains on his pants around the time of the murders. This is that whole paragraph just needs to be gone, because that doesn't even fucking make sense. Like, somebody's like, hey, I saw this guy over there who was wearing clothes that look just like Richard Allen's clothes that he typically wears. That never happened. Ugh. After McClellan delivered his opening statement, Allen's defense attorney, Andrew Baldwin, spoke before the court. He countered that the witness descriptions are inconsistent and suggested Allen suffered a mental health crisis that led him to confess. He also called the bullet evidence inconclusive and said there was reasonable doubt about the prosecution's theory and Allen's guilt. During his nearly hour-long opening statement, Baldwin challenged the murder investigation itself, suggesting police botched the probe from the very start. The state mishandled and lost evidence, Baldwin claimed. Good. I'm glad that he told the jury that. and tussled with the FBI. I'd like to know if Baldwin said that. I could actually see Baldwin saying the word tussled, that he tussled with them. If someone walking down a deserted road with a pig slaughter all over them, don't you think they would have called the police? You'd think so, but no, they don't. They don't bother to do that. Okay, suggesting the police watch the profile. Okay, so Baldwin echoed a statement he made during jury selection, saying a hair found in Abby Williams' hand didn't provide a match for Allen. The defense claims the hair matches a relative of Libby's. Oh, so the defense claims the hair matches a relative of Libby's, but investigators didn't test it for years. So the defense claims it matches a relative of Libby's? I'm not sure I like this article. That information initially came to light this week during jury selection. It was more of a kerfuffle, and it kind of led to a ruckus. This is okay. The defense attorneys also suggested that the girls may have gone up an access road, gotten into another vehicle, and were killed elsewhere before being taken back to where the bodies were discovered near Deer Creek. Baldwin cast doubt on the state's theory. He argued that the state's timeline of killing doesn't fit if security video evidence showed Allen's car had left. Okay. I fucking hate this case. It doesn't fit if security video evidence showed Allen's car had left the area of the Monon High Bridge Trail before the murders occurred. Baldwin walked the jury through the defense team's version that Bridge Guy and perhaps others accosted the girls at the south end of the bridge, loaded them into a vehicle, and drove away, only to return 12 hours later to kill the victims near Deer Creek. Okay, let me touch on the two things here real quick. So he's stating that Richard Allen's car is seen on the Hoosier Harvest store leaving at 1:27 is essentially what this person is interpreting what Baldwin said. Nobody else that we've read or heard yet says it that way. Baldwin walked the jury through the defense team's version, which is that the girls were taken, and then here this reporter says that they were brought back and then killed the victims near Deer Creek. So this is kind of what I was touching on earlier, is I don't think they were killed somewhere else. I think they had to have been killed there based on the amount of blood we're being told is at the scene. I hate that. I just want it to be one. I just want to hear it. The attorney said fruitless searches of the area the night before, activity on Libby's cell phone 12 hours after investigators believed the girls were dead, and the complexity of the crime scene showed the murders would be beyond the ability of one man of modest stature to carry out with two different knives. Two different knives. He said there was no DNA, social media, or forensic evidence linking Allen to the girls' deaths. Earlier in the proceedings, Gull had ruled that the circulated one could not be banned. The defense argued discussions were relevant. Several members of the media drew the ire of the court. 4 media members include. Okay, we already know all this. They've been banned. Okay. So two knives. So I haven't heard anybody bring up box cutters from today's hearing. So I don't know if all the commentary from the chats about box cutters is just from the prior hearings. But apparently one knife serrated, one knife not, according to Barbara McDonald. And now, according to Fox 59, they're saying that Baldwin, in his opening statement, said it's two different knives. I don't know how we're gonna do this every day forever. Okay, let me just see what other updates are in here. What is this? Somebody sent me a link. Oh. Why is he saying that? So Tom Webster has a live, but he's got a scheduled trial day 2. Today's first day of trial, so I don't know why he's got a scheduled day 2. But I don't want to play Tom's. We can watch him later if you guys want to watch him later. Somebody sent that link, though. Let me see what else we got on here. The reason they sent it is apparently Tom said that Nick had stated girls down the hill instead of guys down the hill. That's an interesting switcheroo. That's weird. Okay, let's go back over here. I have a tiny human coming in. What's up? I don't know why. What do you need, my love? Go eat your wheat thins then. Sorry. Pull up the next stuff. I don't see a ton of other things.
In Delphi, the favorite colors of friends Abby Williams and Libby. I'm Nicole Griffin.
Nicole, good evening to you. Testimony still happening right now. There's a witness being questioned by prosecutor Nicholas McLeland for Carroll County. It has been an emotional day of testimony, both girls' families taking to the stand. We did get a bit of a late start this morning because we were told by Special Judge Fran Gohl that a few media members violated the order on not videotaping the jury. Their cameras were confiscated and they have now been banned from the trial. But once things officially got started, that 12-member jury and the 4 alternates assembled into the courtroom, and we can tell you they were briefed on their rules, told that they need to keep an open mind when they're hearing testimony and witnesses take to the stand. The courtroom has been packed to its fullest. Family of both Abby Williams and Libby German inside, as well as family of Richard Allen's inside the courtroom. About 27 open seats, not including the 12 media seats. I can tell you about 60 people waited in the line overnight even, and not everybody was even permitted to be inside. The first person to the stand, the state's witness, as we mentioned, was Becky Patty. That is, of course, Libby German's grandmother. Well, she took to the stand, as well as Libby's sister, Kelsey German, and Libby's father, Derek German. All of them talking about the timeline of the day that the girls went missing, that February 13th, and ultimately that February 14th when the girls' bodies were found. All of the family of both Libby and Abby spoke a bit about who the girls were. Libby's family talking about how she was a helper, she was outgoing, she wasn't afraid to speak up when it comes to standing up for what is right. They talked about how she was involved in so many sports and really just loved being around her friends. When it comes to Abby, Abby's mom, Anna, took to the stand. She got emotional at times, talking about how her shy daughter was so shy, but of course had several friends that she kind of had a close-knit friend group, but always wanted to see where she could help. There was a bit of an emotional time I wanted to tell you about when Becky Patty was on the stand. She talked about the last words that her granddaughter Libby spoke to her. It was before they were set to head out to the trail that day. It was a February day, but an unseasonably warm one. And Becky said she told Libby to grab a jacket. And she says that her last words from her granddaughter were, "Grandma, I'm going to be okay." It was a bit of an emotional time in the courtroom. After family took to the stand, the prosecutor called up a Carroll County deputy who responded to the trail the day that the girls went missing after a phone call from the Patties. He's on the stand right now being questioned and, of course, answering those questions by the prosecutor. We're going to head back in there to hear what he has to say before being cross-examined by the defense. It's been a bit of an emotional day. We were expecting that, but of course, a lot more to come throughout the rest of the day. And court will be back Saturday morning starting at 9 a.m. We will be in the courtroom for the rest of the evening tonight and tomorrow morning, bring you the very latest, both on air and online. Nicole?
All right, our Caitlin
Right.
Kendall live tonight.
Okay, so let's decompress for just a second because my head's starting to hurt. So let's go through. Sleuthy, or anybody in chat, are you guys like taking like some solid notes on what we're hearing, or should I pull up something where we can just get some some clarity on what we've heard so we don't forget and we can go back. Does that make sense? Is anybody doing that already? Is All Eyes around? Where's she at? She's always doing a catastrophe. You are? Okay. All right. I'm writing notes. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna we needed to. Yeah, I want people's actual notes, but I kind of want to just have like what we've kind of gathered throughout, listening to the different reporters and just kind of touch on. Because there's somebody asked a question earlier, and I'll go through that one. About that when the family testified that they've changed the timeline. So there's two parts that I want to touch on this because it's frustrating. It's frustrating to me, and I know it's frustrating to most of you guys because we've followed this case for so damn long that we know so many different parts of the stories. And you want to play Julie and her friend again, but we have to remember that whatever's being said on the stand is all that the jury is going to hear. So even if we hear something that we're like, wait, that doesn't add up to what we already know, we have to be able to separate those two things from what we know as the public who's been invested in this case and followed so many of the details. And I'm not just telling you guys this, I'm telling myself this too. Jump to Andrea's live in 5 to take notes. Okay, but Catastrophe's name is a cat ass trophy. Oh shit, that's funny. But I'm telling myself this too because just because we think we know something or we know that the family has reportedly said something that we've heard with our own fucking ears, the jury is not hearing that. So we have to be able to compartmentalize those into two different places. One that we can discuss like, hey, we know that story has changed, but also in the focus of this is what the jury is hearing. So what are they hearing? What are they thinking about what they're hearing? So when it comes to the family timeline being kind of changed, is that one I hate to say this because I'm telling you guys, I'm not in the freaking courtroom. I'm not in the courtroom and I can't hear these things myself. So I can only relate to you guys what I'm hearing from all of these sources of information from people who were in the courtroom. So so according to what we have been told so far, Becky Patty made the comment when she was on the stand that they did not contact Anna until after the police were called. That is very different than what we've been told the entire time. We were told that when Becky arrived to the bridge area, that she left and went over to Anna's house to see if Anna had heard from the girls because Anna wasn't answering her phone. When she got there, Anna wasn't there because Anna was at work at her second job. So she left and went to Anna's second job to talk to her about the girls being missing. Now we're hearing from testimony, apparently today, that they didn't even contact Anna until after the cops were called. We were also told that Mike Patty originally had contacted a police officer that he had seen walking from Freedom Bridge, who was out just on patrol, and that was the first law enforcement people that he had talked to. Now that story's also changed throughout time, and that he contacted a cop over the phone that he happened to know. I don't know. I don't remember that exact story. So there's just certain things in this timeline that are different. Now we have apparently Derek testifying today, and Derek saying that the first family members that arrived were Kelsey and Cody. We were told, though, for many years that Cody, Tara, and Becky all went to the bridge at the same time, and they met up with Derek, who was already there. Kelsey has stated that her grandmother had called her, she missed the call, and that she went that she this is kind of, I hate to go too far into this because it's just so many fucking rabbit holes, but Kelsey had stated like she knew that when Becky had called her for the second time that it must be important because Becky didn't call twice, even though she said she didn't even hear the first one. So I don't know how she knew it was the second one, but that she didn't go to the bridge right away, that she waited because everybody had told her, like the girls are probably just like, they're out here somewhere, they're just not answering their phone. So nobody was overly concerned right away. So it doesn't make sense that Kelsey and Cody would be the first to arrive with Derek waiting there. Timeline wise, it just doesn't really go together. Is this going to be as much as this is infuriating to me, and I'm sure it is to you guys, I don't think it's going to matter to a jury. I don't think they're going to care about any of this. But it's frustrating for us because we're like, wait, that doesn't go with anything we ever know or we've ever known. We've been fed so much shit and the narrative has changed so many times. Who knows what really happened? And maybe Derek just isn't remembering. But then we have Cheyenne, who had said that when she was leaving, and I'd have to go back to my timeline, but I believe she left at 3:57 p.m. And when she was leaving, she saw Derek in his car with a woman who she later identified as Tara. And when she saw them in the car, she thought they were doing a drug deal. So we know that Tara was there at around 4. Then we have the posts from Tara on social media where she said that she saw Logan Maxwell on 300 North. 3:57 might not be the right time because I might be thinking 3:57 based on fucking Sarah Carbaugh. Let me go back and see if I can. Let's see if we have Cheyenne stuff. Let's go look at Cheyenne stuff. Let's see if we have it. If I put it in the Prezi, I should say. Not that I have. I know I have it. I just don't know where the fuck I have it. But like I said, I'm almost like, if you're looking at this is almost why it's probably better for like these people that are popping in. And I say like it's frustrating to kind of listen to some people who don't know the case, but it's also probably very good that these people don't know the case and they're coming in and they're going to give us, their thought process based on just what they're hearing inside the courtroom instead of the years of bullshit that we have in our brains. This is making the Karen Reed debacle look like a top-notch trial investigation. And being early on day 1. So what the fudge? I have so much shit open. Let me go close. Let me just let's breathe and go close some shit. Okay, let's see if we have some Cheyenne stuff. I told Sleuthy the other day, like my plan for this is to, the Prezi's still not done. I'm like, I'm going to have the Prezi done by the end of trial. Like that was like my goal. Right, Carol, they just don't. So that's why I'm saying like how much of it really matters. I mean, it matters to us on the outside, but it's not going to matter to a jury. So she went to the trails with her friend, Shelby Duncan, which this has changed multiple times to being Cheryl Loeffler, but, who knows? She states that she arrived at approximately 2:49 p.m. and she knows this because she had missed a call from a telemarketer. She walked across the High Bridge and took photos that she says she posted as she was leaving. When leaving, she saw a car parked in the Mears parking lot that had 2 people inside around 4 p.m. Those 2 people are rumored to be Derek German and his sister Tara German. I just spend so much time going down this rabbit hole, but I'm not going to do that. There's something really off in the Patty German timeline because it keeps changing. Anna and Carrie have never changed their accounts of that day. Right. I agree with you. And now we're hearing a totally different, like this whole Kelsey and Cody being the first ones to arrive. And I don't know if you guys remember, but back in the day, when people were talking about Cody, and he was like a social media suspect, he was The people said that it wasn't Cody. He was alibied because he was out of town. I don't know if you guys remember that. And then it was like, wait a minute, how is he out of town? But he's arriving at the bridge with Becky Patty. And now we're hearing from Derek that he arrived there with Kelsey. Yeah, some buyers like, I remember. All right, let's see who's I don't want to end the live, but I do want to watch Andrea, and I don't want to just stream her whole thing. So I don't know what do you guys want to do? As Andrea Burkhart is live, I believe Lawyer Lee, let me go check Lawyer Lee's. But Julie said she would come back when she got home. And then Bob said that Allie's going to go live. So I'm thinking we can wrap up our conversation, and maybe we will just we'll just go listen to we can go listen to like Andrea Burkhart, and then I don't know. What do you guys? What's your thoughts? What do you guys want to do? Yeah, Andrea's live right now. I don't want to stream her whole thing. I have no problem streaming people for like certain like specific parts that I want you guys to hear. But she just started, and I don't want to just sit here and stream her channel. I want people to be able to go watch her. I feel like, so I'm wondering maybe we just wrap up where we're at. We'll go watch the attorneys and get their input. We're going to be back here tomorrow to kind of do the same thing anyway. So maybe we just, or maybe I'll go live. Maybe I'll just go live later after all the attorneys go live. We'll see how exhausted I am. We've been down here for 4 hours now. I think we've gotten a pretty good gist of what's happened today. But I do want to listen to what the attorneys have to say. You know, I have the utmost respect for Lawyer Lee. I love Allie, and with Allie you get Bob, so you just kind of take Bob for what he is. I'm just joking. I love Bob, but and I love Andrea. So I'm like, we have some people that are the actual attorneys in this case, and I think that I think it would be good to go listen to them. And that's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna end this. We'll see how long they're live. We'll take some notes from their live. Maybe we'll do a regroup if there isn't if like an all eyes is. I hate going live when like all eyes and people like that, because I want to watch them. I can't watch them if I'm live. So let me see. I want to find Andrea's channel. Why is it not popping up? Let's refresh this. So I think that's what we'll do. So we'll watch some attorneys, or anybody who needs a break, go take your breaks, go watch the attorneys if you want to watch them. And we'll either come back tonight and regroup if we don't have any major people, like, people that are live that I want to watch their shit. And we'll be back tomorrow. So even when they're in court tomorrow, we can even recap some of the stuff we may learn tonight. So we can do that too. Now, I just want to find her. I don't know why it's not popping up like it should. She may not have it where I can redirect to her channel. So I think that Sleuths Investigates just put Andrea Burkhart's link in our chat. I was going to try to redirect everybody over there and just teleport everybody, but you're welcome to just go over there. Just tell her, how much we appreciate her, and I'll be over there anyway, so I can hear what she has to say and take some notes. Then I'll talk with Julie privately, and if she does want to come back on tonight, maybe, like I said, maybe we'll just do that tonight, and hopefully we can get Julie back in, back on here, and we can get Julie back in the courtroom tomorrow, so we can have a source of information to make it, so we can find out what's going on. So for now, we're going to wrap this up. I mean, thank you guys so much, all of you guys, for being here. I cannot thank you enough. We have Andrea Burkhart's channel, we have Lawyer Lee, and then we have the Defense Diaries, all three having attorneys that are very knowledgeable and will help us walk through any questions that we might have, and we'll probably get more insight to what actually happened in the courtroom. I do want to say thank you. Anon, thank you for the super sticker. Kraken, I saw this earlier and I forgot to say thank you because I was in the midst of a mental breakdown, I think. Take this and future and other trusted videos after the stream, run it through the CC software, drop it into a doc they use to reshape the dialogue in the way you can reference later. You want me to? Yes, I do. please email me tools. I would love that. Radar 9 months. Thank you so much. I want pizza. You're pissed, but I want pizza because that's what the first thing I saw when I saw your comment. Anon, thank you. Thank you again. Thank you for the other super chat. Radar, Teresa, you are so amazing. I love it when you get fired up. So thankful for you. Yeah, I think I probably just need the break to be able to get my mind to go, okay, like this is where the focus needs to be. We need to cut out the other bullshit. I need to cut out the other bullshit, and we'll get back on track. So, and then nobody, nothing. I did not get a chance to ask this question when Julie was on here, so I will send it to her privately and see if she can answer it. If not, we'll talk about it when we do come back to the live. But go enjoy the rest of your what day is it? Fuck, it's Friday. Go enjoy your Friday. I'm gonna see you guys in the other chats. I may see you tonight. Otherwise, I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow to recap and talk about day number 2. So. All right, I'll talk to you guys. I'll see you guys over in the other chat. I'll talk to you soon.
Do you dare to fall